Success is not linear. It takes time and it takes belief. A belief that there is no ceiling and that the bar can always rise higher. A belief that if you set your sights to the horizon, the future will meet you there. That no matter who you are or what you've done, there's always something to prove. Disc golf was built on the backs of people who dream. And out here, what started as a dream is now a decade-long catalyst that turns dreams to moments. In our 10th season, we invite you to join us as we celebrate this beautiful game and all the moments that make it great. Catch all the action, all season long, live on the Disc Golf Network.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Brooksville, Florida. We're at the Olympus Disc Golf Course for Discraft Supreme Flight Open, presented by Florida's Adventure Coast. Jumping right into the action on Friday morning here, Taylor Chosick on the 5th. Parking it just a few feet short, she'd go on to birdie. Val Mondahano to open her round. Big jumper from circle 2. Silva Saarinen has a birdie look on hole number 5.
Yeah, Silva.
The young superstar cans it. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside 4-time world champion Hall of Famer in Valerie Jenkins. Val, we're seeing some hot action this morning. It feels like our division continues to grow and expand year after year. So much great talent, both veterans and new players. What are you seeing in the division?
Yeah, it was just fun to see that opener and see some new faces, see Val Mondahano, who's coming back from an injury. Every single player that's out there, they're starting maybe their first tournament of the season, but they're starting their first Disc Golf Pro Tour of the season, and everyone has set a goal for the year. And everyone is different, whether it's winning your first big event or it's continuing to fight for those titles that you've won in the past. So it's going to be another exciting year, and I can't wait to see what unfolds. We've got the most competition we've ever seen, so it's going to be a battle out there.
Yeah, as you just said, seeing just the variety in those three. Taylor Chosick, very new to the scene. Silva's been around a couple of years, and Val, a veteran out there on the tour. We're up to 69 FPO Tour card holders this season, earning them in a variety of ways worldwide, but to have 69 tour card holders is incredible. You saw last season we had 60 and the year before 52, so as we said, the division continues to grow and expand. And the third member of our broadcast team here this morning is none other than Nate Perkins. He's on the ground. He's always got a ton of information for us. Nate, what are you seeing out there this morning in Florida?
Oh man, it's like the first day of school again, Terry. You're giving everybody hugs. Actually, maybe the only hug you give them all year. It's like, it's good to see you again. Let's get this party started. And no, it's good feels down here. A lot less humidity than yesterday morning. Crystal clear out here. And we just watched Sophia Donica tee off. I think she's absolutely one of the rising stars in the game. She was down in New Zealand, played good golf, and she's now best friends with another rising star and rookie on the DGPT, Taylor Chosick, who's actually under par right now. Oregon D1 heptathlete, and probably, if not the single furthest throwing FPO player that we have on DGPT. She's got 500 in her back pocket on Heiser, Terry. So definitely one of the most promising athletes I've seen in some time. And we're just going to have to see if she can really golf this disc golf course this week. Terry, back to you guys in the booth. Happy to be a part of it.
Thank you, Nate. As we're seeing Taylor Chosick 2 under, a co-leader at the moment with Silva Saarinen and Rebecca Cox. Also seeing a few others that have just birdied, including Luke Lorenzen, who's gotten to 2 under. One of the greatest of all time, Paige Pierce. She'll be teeing off after the break.
They're the bike guides for Trek.
Ready? Let's do it. So how's your day going?
TeamDiscraft.com, your ultimate destination for exclusive player-inspired releases, collaborations, and collections. Discover limited edition discs, apparel, and accessories you won't find anywhere else. TeamDiscraft.com brings you the gear you need for the ultimate fan shopping experience. Don't miss out on these one-of-a-kind items. Shop today and rep your favorite team.
Success is not linear. It takes time and it takes belief. A belief that there is no ceiling and that the bar can always rise higher. A belief that if you set your sights to the horizon, the future will meet you there. That no matter who you are or what you've done, there's always something to prove. Disc golf was built on the backs of people who dream. And out here, what started as a dream is now a decade-long catalyst that turns dreams to moments. In our 10th season, we invite you to join us as we celebrate this beautiful game and all the moments that make it great. Catch all the action, all season long, live on the Disc Golf Network.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Discraft, built for flight. Built for flight.
Discraft Supreme Flight Open, presented by Florida's Adventure Coast. Discover nature's place to play. Rejoining the action, Taylor Chosick on hole number 6. And with that putt, she becomes your solo leader. Off to a great start here this morning. And taking a look at Taylor Chosick, as she's out of Eugene, Oregon, former D1 track and field athlete, and this is her first year on the tour, and as Nate had just talked about, was also down at the Tour Down Under, where she played in 4 events already this season. She cashed in one of them, taking 3rd place. She hasn't finished outside the top 5 in 2025.
I love to see it. Her Instagram account actually precedes me seeing her on live coverage. So this is really fun to see her in the lead today. She's been talked up so highly, and I just can't wait to see what's in store for her. It looked like great putting form so far, and 3 birdies on this course is no easy task.
Little throwback to some of the representation we also had last year, as Chess.com was our presenting sponsor. So if maybe you left a game or you need a rematch from someone last year, you can head on over to the hospitality area and take in a game or two.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching here in Florida and those joining us worldwide on the Disc Golf Network, on behalf of Ledgestone Disc Golf and the Disc Golf Pro Tour, we want to welcome you to Olympus Disc Golf Course for this year's Supreme Flight Open. This year's event is brought to you by Florida's Adventure Coast and Discraft. This is the 8:55 tee time. And teeing off first, Ella Hansen. Next, she's the 2018 World Champion from Augusta, Georgia, Paige Shue. Next, she's a 5-time world champion from Pensacola, Florida, Paige Pierce. And from Pensacola, Florida, Madison Walker.
As the card is off, we've got Nate Perkins doing a little walk and talk with Madison Walker.
Well, Madison, another year on the tour. How many is this for you?
This is number 11. We did the math at the press conference the other day and it surprised me.
Number 11, I see some grays coming in, man. Okay, so the little ferns that are growing up here on the live oak tree, can you kind of give us some background of these?
Yeah, those are called resurrection ferns because when it's dry outside, they die and get all crispy. And when it rains, they come back and they're nice and green. They're like one of my favorite things in Florida. I love that you pointed that out.
Well, I mean, we can play disc golf anywhere. How cool is it that we're playing on this course, giant live oaks, the Spanish moss? It's got to be one of the better settings we have.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we should be in Florida for, 6 weeks. I don't know what we're doing leaving, but I'm so excited that I get to not go very far from home, hang out with manatees, springs, and then, this course is epic.
Madison, thanks for your time and good luck.
Madison certainly loves taking in the nature, and what was really striking to me is what she also said in the press conference was that, and I quote, "I made sure to prioritize no Frisbees at all." So she took a break. She said, I'm going to try a little bit of different science here this year, and I'm just going to put everything away and fully rest and recover and not do anything disc golf related for quite some time. And she said, well, we're going to see how it pans out. So Madison Walker, of course, getting ready in the last few weeks, I'm sure, but overall, not necessarily grinding hard over the off season.
Yeah, I love that mindset. You know, take a break, allows you to reset, and then it makes you come back even stronger. You know, it's a sport that she loves, but if you're doing it all the time, all year long, nothing but disc golf, you forget the best parts about it, you know, and then it starts to feel like work.
And of course, being part of the commentary crew, she said that has been a top priority of hers as well. Detracts from her play as we see Paige Shue with the forehand.
And you have to think, it is a long season. You know, we're just getting started, but the season doesn't stop until November these years, and players really need to have that break to allow their bodies to rest, allow their minds to rest, and prepare themselves for a long year ahead.
What an opening putt for Paige Pierce.
I can't wait to see what Paige has in store for us this year. Looking like she's back strong, recovering from that ankle injury a few years back.
Light left side, but in.
Ella Hansen. She has been so close so many times in the last couple of years that she's been on tour. She's now becoming a veteran, just like Madison Walker.
Everyone else taps in for the par. We're going to roll that Zuka replay to watch Paige with her putt from circle 2. Full commitment, falling forward, dead center, opening with a birdie.
What a save. We saw a few of those putts in the All-Star Challenge yesterday, and it's amazing. You have to be confident putting on this course with so much elevation.
And that was Taylor to save her par, but off to the right side, so that'll be the first blemish on her scorecard. She'll fall back to 2 under. And now we're going to take a look at our Zenny flyover of hole number 2.
There's just something about this tee shot that I just love. It allows players to come up with their own strategy. Even though it's this tunnel shot, we see a lot of different shot shapes, and it all comes down to the disc selection that they choose. So you can throw an understaple disc on a hyzer line to ride the left side and pan out to the right, or you can have a small turnover shot with a stable disc, but whatever you do, you want to land out here in the open, and then it's all about the second shot, really. Once you get that nice drive out in the fairway, can you tuck the disc back into this little keyhole cut out in the woods? Don't want to leave it too short, and of course, if you go left or right around this basket, you'll have some obstacles in your way.
Looks like a slip there from Pierce. Back leg looked to go out from her when she was coming through. thanks to Zenni Eyewear for everyone.
That worked out nicely for Ella.
See a forehand here from Taylor. And that flips up and goes 2 straight. That's going to push toward the OB. And that is ultimately the result. So Chosick, back-to-back struggles on 7 and 8.
Gorgeous drive right down the middle. Turnover shot there for Madison. And Paige is going to be in trouble over on the left side. I'm not sure she'll be able to get much distance.
Speaking of not much distance, less than a couple of feet is where Taylor had landed from being inbounds. That's going to force her to pitch up, and assuming she makes from there, she'll be able to walk away with bogey. What a bid coming from Saarinen.
Now look at the slope on this green.
Lorenzen has a birdie look. And that's to take the solo lead.
You have to have so much commitment going for a putt like that. It would be scary on that slope.
Plenty of commitment coming up on the other side.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes Everything's simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man.
Ooh, Calvin, looking good today.
Calvin Heimberg.
Sorry, hey, oh, sorry, excuse me, hello, hey, thank you. A Naqua, I'm looking for a Naqua. Do you have one?
Hey, Germ, you can't cut in line.
My apologies, you may have noticed I just cut you in line. I'm just looking for a Naqua.
A Naqua? Here, use mine.
Got it, thanks.
Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
Welcome back as we are taking a look here at Olympus. I'm going to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, how you feeling about the weather this morning?
Yeah, it's a perfect morning here in Brooksville. Low 60s, way less humidity than yesterday morning, which I feel is the only really thing that can give FPO trouble this morning. There is a little moisture on the ground, but these new X-Step Pro Turf tee pads hold up really well, even with a little bit of moisture. So I imagine the scores are going to be pretty low this morning, Terry.
Appreciate it, and certainly a turnaround from what we were experiencing last year at this event. Hopefully we have a good weekend throughout as Lorenzen pushes to the left side. We'll see what she has left there, but back with Ella Hansen throwing her second on hole number 2.
A great shot from Ella.
I'm not sure you can do it much better than that.
Yeah, when you pick that point in the sky and just let the disc do the work. That's something you have to do here as well on this elevated tee shot. Disc was working there for Silva. She's going to have a birdie look. Taylor coming off of 2 bogeys. This is a great chance to bounce back. Very reachable par 3. Just needs to stable up the end. Might be some awkward footing over there.
Hansen with the birdie luck. Off to the right side, not capitalizing on the great approach she had. That's going to be frustrating. Out there on site at Olympus as we head through the vendor village. Moving over to hole 1 ultimately. That's been known as pretty much the parking area for the previous decade, and now filled with vendors throughout.
And what an incredible property. I know it's been on the Florida disc golf scene for quite some time, But now to see it presented on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, now in its second season, you just see the setting, the trees, the elevation. This property is a special place.
Once an old quarry has now been transformed into one of the most iconic courses, certainly within Florida and throughout the country.
Tee time. This is the feature card. And teeing off first, she's the defending champion here, and she is your reigning world champion from Pergola, Finland, Evelina Solonen.
If that intro doesn't give you confidence on T1.
Next, from Grapevine, Texas, Holland Hanley. From Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon. And from Palm City, Florida, Jordan Lenz.
Yeah, Jordan.
Nice shot. Thank you. Don't hit the freaking trees on the circle. Perfect.
We saw the drive by Taylor. This is what she's left with, and you called it, Val. Said probably some awkward footing. And that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Yeah, unless you land in that maybe 15-foot circle around the basket, you're likely going to be up on this hillside. A powerful putt. A great bounce back after the bogeys. And, you know, we have these new players, you know, coming out, making their name known on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And to me, you know, what's the difference between a player that's just starting, a very talented player, and our seasoned pros? It's the consistency. And so the more consistent you can be, the more in contention you're going to be.
And a huge miss there for Lorenzen. That was her par look. As Jordan throws her approach that just barely goes past the basket. They may be obstructed back there. Missy's bid from circle 2 is short.
And you can be aggressive on this putt, but I know it's in the back of the player's mind that there's that drop off, and if you head down that hill, you're also going to be in the trees. But everyone wants to get off on a good note to start the round, especially if you're right around circle's edge.
All the looks with good bids, but not quite enough to get them in. So we will not see any birdies from this feature card. Tee of 3 with Ella Hansen.
We're not clear, but that was sick. Nice shot. Okay. Yeah.
Paige letting her know that they weren't entirely clear down there, so they'll probably be waiting for a few more minutes. A rough start here for Missy Gannon. Jordan converts on the par. Evelina will do the same. The result of Ella's drive gives her some awkward footing as she's trying to throw uphill.
And she got enough power underneath that. Gonna be outside the circle. She can give that a nice easy run.
And we saw the drive by Saarinen, and this is the result. A tap in birdie. She puts another one on the scorecard, and Silva Saarinen back to under par now.
Look at how stacked up these scores are. I remember talking about it last year, especially in that front 9. You know, how can you maintain? And then once you get to the back 9, I feel like things get a bit longer. There's more opportunities for big strokes to start adding up, and then there's potential for eagle for our big throwers. So a lot of separation in the back.
The release too high, which knocks her down and to the right. However, it didn't carry very far, so she should have a chance to get up and down and save par from there.
I missed seeing Evelina throw those drives over the offseason. Clearly, she hasn't lost much distance.
You miss them, and I continue to be envious of just how accurate they are and so powerful. Such an incredible driver.
A good kick for Holland. That saved her a stroke. That little slope on the left-hand side can really slow down those hyzer skips, especially if you don't get that extra distance. Missy's release on the tee of 1 was also high, so it's the second tee shot high in the sky. She needs to kind of drill it in, get a little bit more penetration on that drive. Keep it going forward. All right. Gosh, that looked good right out of her hand.
Paige hasn't had any problems with the putter in the first couple of holes. Not the intended route quite that far to the right, but it looks like it stayed clean. Hansen with the birdie look from Circle's Edge. Holland has already picked up a victory here in 2025. You know, we've talked a lot about the tour down under and our players going over to New Zealand. Holland went over for one event and left the champion. 1 for 1.
Holland had so much distance to make up on her second shot. Trying to keep it safe on that left side, just give her an option, and thankfully she's going to have a relatively open stance.
So Taylor had to pitch to there and then throw the approach you just watched. So that was her third shot. Looks like she's lining up for another bogey on the scorecard.
So Jordan's drive was too short of the corner, so she still has to get around the corner, and that's a good placement shot.
Lorenzen with her second.
Great scramble.
Finding a way to make it work. Lorenzen currently a co-leader at 2 under.
Well, isn't this fortunate for Missy? There's a window through the trees. Otherwise, she would have to throw out and wide to the right. That would cut off a lot of distance. And that heads over to the far right. That sounded like it went deep. We'll find out if she's able to reach out and even give her a chance at a putt after the third shot. Just the most ideal position to be on this fairway. It's got plenty of space on the left to work this sidearm. She goes a little long, a little left. Have a tester putt coming up for the birdie.
Saarinen to get to 2 under and join the rest of the co-leaders there. So back-to-back birdies on 9 and 10. Hanley's third. Should put her right next to the basket, looking for the par. Missy has found both sides of the fairway now. Trying to see if she can get it dialed in and escape with a par. And somewhat obstructed, but she'll have a chance. I spoke of Holland being 1 for 1. Jordan Linz has played in 3 A-tiers so far this year and has won all 3 of them. So undefeated in the 2025 season. Chosick in for the bogey. You know, you spoke of the consistency earlier, Val. That's something that we see out of some of our newer players. Is they may get a lot of birdies, but they also make some of those mistakes that tack bogeys onto the scorecard. And once Taylor gets everything figured out, continues to find that consistency, she's certainly going to be contender at every event. And Lorenzen scrambled herself into the par a moment ago.
Beautiful. It's funny. I remember when I would play and you get to your first straddle putt where you have to kind of get that routine set up, and it really is all about the timing, and that was well done from Evelina. Another short miss from Missy.
This looks to have rolled longer than the previous putt. Just by a few feet. But Missy struggling here early.
Oh, that's hard to fight through. You heard her frustration after she missed that short one. And when you stand behind that putter, everything slows down and you've got that internal dialogue to fight through.
Take a look at the form here by Evelina, Val.
Yeah, I was talking about the timing, and when you're in that straddle stance, you're really taking the leg power out of it, and you don't have that forward momentum to work with. So you really have to just cue up that tiny leg movement, the tiny knee bend to allow your body to have that momentum. And when everything's timed up of the legs straightening and then the arm extending forward, that's when you're going to execute a great straddle putt.
Our form review brought to us by Disc Golf Deals. Discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA with pictures and scaled weights of every disc, same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews and comparisons. Elevate your game today.
And you mentioned Evelina didn't play much in the off season, but she did work on putting. She did a lot of practice putting, and we know that was one stat that was holding Evelina back from being absolutely dominant.
This drive comes in short of the corner. That may force a pitch just up and playing for par at that point. The difference on this card, seeing that Holland played in one event, she won it, Jordan playing in 3 events, winning them, so 4 wins between the two of them. And then you look at Missy and Evelina, they've played 0 PDGA events here in 2025. So you've got 4 wins between the two, and then the other 2 competitors have not competed in any other events. Interesting to note here, Jordan likes the drive, and that'll work.
Yeah, it is nice to have a little bit of that competitive spirit in yourself. When you're starting the season, you always feel like there's got to be a little bit of rust. You trying to get back into what tour life was like, what it's like to be playing disc golf every day. So it's nice to have an event or 2 under your belt before you head to the first big tournament.
Sarnan on the tee of 11.
This is heading right, and there is the OB line on the right side over that fence. And they're trying to throw over that hill that you see about 150 or 100 feet in front of the tee pad. Also have to throw under that mossy branch. Well, this is working out. That got some great distance.
And for another season, we're going to have our friends over at Flight Factory helping provide our drone overview shots. We appreciate all the support. You can head on over to their website, flightfactorydiscs.com. Find plenty of discs and apparel. Support your favorite players. Again, that's flightfactorydiscs.com.
That's Evelina down there just pitching out. Ideally, you want to land on that road off of the drive. Anything short, like where Evelina was, you have to get to that road, and that is the only tunnel that heads down the rest of the fairway. There's no shortcuts. Oh, this is brutal.
It's rolling back behind her. So Lorenzen, with that long birdie look, is likely going to turn it into a bogey. With this footing and stance, I don't see a way that Missy's going to be able to generate quite enough power to get it up the hill and then have it penetrate forward to give her a look. She may get up there for a very long look at the basket, but I don't think it's possible to get all the way to it.
Yeah, you see players holding back on their power just to make sure that they're throwing that accurate shot. We do have that OB line up to the right, and then the tree line that you want to avoid on the left. Missy's trying to get up and past that large tree in the center of the frame.
A good skip forward, but it'll leave her outside of circle 2. Paige throwing her third.
Come on.
Oh no, this could go out of bounds. And it looks like the tuft of grass stops it from going out of bounds. But Paige will have a pitch up to the pin just to try and set it next to the basket, and now likely walk away with bogey.
Oh, it's a fun shot to see, but then that is the risk on so many greens.
Great control from the forehand of Evelina. Second shot by Saarinen on 11. And, well, we didn't see it roll back, so that's a good sign. Pierce pitches up, and now a bogey will be put on her scorecard. Jordan with her second.
She even had a little bit of a run-up.
That'll give her a look from short range. Jordan trying to put a birdie on the scorecard.
Yeah, you're making strokes up on the field if you're able to birdie this hole.
Saarinen for par. One of many hills they will trek up or down throughout this Olympus course. And actually, I'm being told that previous putt by Silva was for her bogey, and this was actually her third. So that was her putt just now for par, and then we showed you convert for bogey. So it will be a bogey for Saarinen on the 11th. Long birdie look for Gannon.
Me first, right?
Evelina is safe. It looks like she is already about a meter away from the OB line. I was actually trying to look up in the rules because I know in previous tournaments you get 2 meters relief from barbed wire, and I know it's a barbed wire fence. Not able to find that here. Not on first glance anyways.
Holland converts.
Really nice putt. Just played that hole by the book. That's exactly what you want to do.
Textbook as well, coming from Jordan Linz to pick up the birdie. Val Mandujano leads early at the Supreme Flight Open.
Zuka. Zuka.
Welcome back to the Infinite Discs Show, presented by InfiniteDiscs.com, where the answer to every single question is infinite discs. Brad, are you ready for the final round?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, but let's do it.
All right, your category is disc golf retailers in Utah with over 80,000 discs. Intimate discs.
Ooh,
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The answer there was infinite discs.
So do I get to keep playing?
Yeah,
Or?
no, you are disqualified and possibly permanently.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
If you're a PDGA member joining us on YouTube today, don't forget you can watch the rest of the Supreme Flight Open for free as part of your PDGA membership benefits. Scan the QR code or visit the link to redeem your free DGN content and enjoy the rest of the SFO live this weekend. Hanley from the tee of 4 finds the short grass. Jordan also in the center. Missy's reaction to her drive. They don't exactly know where they're landing. This is a blind shot for them, and that is off the mark for Evelina. And that's going to be incredibly punishing. I want to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, what are we seeing so far in the early goings of this round?
Yeah, Terry, it feels a little tense on this card. I mean, Missy with those short putts, it didn't look like she was able to, you know, get a full breath. And then Holland kind of seems a little tight in the shoulders when she's lining up her shots. And Evelina also a little tense. Jordan actually seems the most relaxed here. She's got her mom on the card with her, but I'm sure this will all shake out as we move through this first round of the season.
A grenade that we're seeing?
The disc was upside down. And she didn't have much time to think about it. She had 2 discs in her left hand. But that worked out really nice.
Fair to say, we don't see that too often in the FPO division, Val.
No, and I'm thinking back. I mean, I know how to throw one. I know what it looks like, but I don't ever remember having to pull one out. I would typically go for a tomahawk, something overhand, but
she may have
maybe
just
I should have.
Yeah, she may have just surpassed your career grenade count.
Yes.
With the 1 there.
Yep.
This is prime position to be throwing her second shot from. And she gets it to skip straight and up the hill. A great shot coming from Jordan Lenz. You know, maybe just to build on the point that Nate was talking about, seeing some of these early shots or or the uncomfortability or whatever it might be. Jordan, as I just mentioned, she's played in 3 events, winning all 3. She's, maybe in some of that mid-season form, so to speak, very comfortable playing in her home state and is off to a really good start today. That one's high and hits the tree.
Missed opportunity for Holland. I'm so used to, after yesterday's round, seeing this hole be played in the FPO positioning. This is a tricky second shot for the women, having to throw a tighter shot up to the left side, and the fact that they have to head uphill and they have to avoid those low branches. It's a very narrow window you have to hit to climb the hill far enough. Did end up rolling into the trees here, and Evelina's down in the fairway that you would head down toward the FPO pin. She's got to fight her way back uphill, and this is drifting down again. Stays safe, but she's going to have to climb that hill. Relatively short upshot back up to the basket.
A bogey likely coming for Evelina Salonen.
This is not the game plan on this one for Evelina. She's going to need to clean it up.
Somewhat of an awkward stance for Missy, trying to avoid the tree that she's perched up next to. You assume that's what caused that release that we just saw? Just some of that awkward stance and the concern?
Yeah, similar to the same stance that she took on the previous hole. When you're in that kind of staggered stance and you don't have the run up behind you, it's tough to get the power. And I feel like that time she was focused more on trying to get the power, that she didn't have that accuracy. So she's going to be off the fairway.
Overview shots thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory. Check them out at flightfactorydisc.com.
Get up there more. Gonna leave Holland with about a 15-foot putt, but at least she climbs to the top of the hill.
Okay. I don't know. I can go.
Evelina's so far away from her group right now. Everyone's on the far left side. She's on the far right. That will work.
Hoping that it gets up to the top and stays there. As we know, there's a hill that slopes down directly behind the basket as well.
And she opted for that lofty putt approach rather than the throw, so I'm glad she made it to the top.
Catching up with Anniken Sten. That is a par look on the 9th as she converts. Just barely splashing out. Jordan's birdie look. Sits down next to the basket, so no stress on the par tap in, but a missed opportunity.
Ooh, I was worried about that going back down the hill on the other side.
Hanley had a clean scorecard until that. She'll fall back to even par on her round. One of Montgomery on the tee of 9.
You're cooking with that well. Check out the well. It's me, right? Yeah. I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Our leader, Val Mondahano.
Left kick.
It fights, but ends up short and in the fairway. Val will be looking to get up and down to keep her lead at 3 under.
A champion isn't just a title, it's a mindset. It's the relentless drive to push further, the patience to grow through every challenge, and the love for every throw. It's in the small wins that build confidence, the big moments that define greatness, and everything in between. No matter where you start, the path is yours to create. Climo Disc Golf. Discover your inner champion.
Here, the journey is as exciting as the destination. Every turn reveals something new. Hidden trails, crystal waters, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're exploring the outdoors or losing track of time, the possibilities are endless. It's where adventure comes alive, and memories are yours to make. Come find your escape, your next big play. Florida's Adventure Coast, Brooksville, Weeki Nature's place to play.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right?
Mm-hmm.
But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Stop poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
Jordan, tee of 5.
Climbing the hill, throwing over the valley. Jordan's going to have a look at birdie. You saw the wind really affecting the flight of that disc mid-flight, and this is where having the height of the disc is so important, because you have to get over that cliff. You have to get to the top of that hill, and that is sketchy if the wind's trying to push you down. A really nice shot from Missy, about half the distance of what Jordan has left.
And the angle a little better. Jordan's going to be putting directly with the hill behind the basket. whereas we'll see Missy come in from the side. Holland hoping that slows down, and from back there, that's almost guaranteed layup zone. She's kind of in that area where I don't think you're going to see too much aggression on the putt. And that looked like it sunk immediately out of her hand, and she will not get to play it from there. I believe this is listed with a casual relief, meaning she'll go to the bottom with a penalty-free drop zone shot. Mundahano with her second, trying to fight to save the par.
Yeah, these side hills, these cliffs are marked as relief areas, and so for that tee shot, you would take it at the bottom of the hill. You can take it down to a more flat area, but these are very steep, and then it's loose rock, so they don't want anybody trying to create a stance on there and then having to the potential to fall down.
Kona now looking for a birdie as she got to pin high. We were just talking about awkward stances a moment ago. This hillside, not quite as steep where she is right now, but there are plenty of them out there.
Yeah, and it is casual relief. So you could choose to play from behind the lie if you'd like.
Great clarification that it's optional as to if you want to go to the drop zone or try and take the stance on the side of the hill. Be interesting to see what Evelina does when we get back to that card. But now Mundahano trying to save par. She'll remain at 3 under. Hanley. Looks to be a full go. Understandably, though, comes up short, a little tentative. Well, and here's our answer as to if Evelina is going to play from the spot or go to the drop zone, and looks like she's going to get over there and try and find a stance.
So a relief area, yes, you can choose whether or not you play from behind your lie or not. But if you do choose to have relief, you would play it as if it was an OB area, but you don't get that extra stroke. So those lines that are marked, Evelina, because she didn't hit the top of the hill, she would take her relief from the bottom of the hill. In this case, they do have a drop zone that you would throw from.
Is this fine?
And looks like she's gathered some good footing.
And she is inside the circle, though, so she'll have to maintain her balance.
Yeah,
and she gets it. What a putt by Evelina Salonen.
Very fortunate for Evelina to have that flat footing. You looked at her feet and they were parallel. She was able to get some good power from behind that stance. She didn't look unstable at all, and well worth it.
Jordan, birdie luck. Off the top band. You got to love the commitment. Easy to come up short, knowing that you have a hill or some kind of slope directly behind that can come into play. Easy to come up short and hit hit the basket low. Full commitment from Jordan, that time coming in too high. And Missy jams it in. That will be her first birdie of the round, trying to erase the 2 bogeys she opened with. So 2 birdies and 2 pars on hole number 5. We'll see if they can keep it rolling. They'll head to the 6. Mundahano out in front at 3 under. Our leader, Val Mundahano, on the tee of 10.
That was slowly drifting, but I think it was slow enough to maybe still stay on that hillside. Missy leaves it inside.
Taking birdie out of play when you're that far inside off the tee here. And birdie very much in play for Evelina. Incredible drive. Kat Murch has a birdie look on 9. Murch, who was teamed up with Maddie O in our all-star doubles yesterday. Fair to say they probably had the most fun. And that appears to be inside as well for Jordan.
So when they're throwing off of this tee, there is an OB area if you do carry too far straight and it starts to drift to the right. And I think that's what's scaring the players to throw that hyzer line. But they do need to make sure that they're getting the distance before the disc carries off to the left. Holland just at the edge there. And there are just so many elevated tee shots on this course. And so the players, you got to get used to it. You have to understand what is going to happen to your disc as it starts to head down the hill. Discs speed up. It can make discs feel a little bit more understable. So you see on these tee shots, they're throwing at that hyzer angle, making sure that they're hitting the gap and then finishing off to the left. You'd ideally like to land here, or even better, getting a little bit more distance around the corner. the second shot. Hopefully you have a clear look and you're in the fairway. That sawgrass can really come into play on the second shots if you're off. And then you're just trying to get to the basket here. See a lot of spike hyzers into the green. There's some obstacles in the way at about 20 feet, circling left, right, and beyond.
Our drone previews brought to us by Zenni, eyewear for everyone. Jordan had to pitch to here, so this will be her third shot.
And there's still so much distance to cover on this shot. She leaves it high. It's heading left again. Not looking good.
Yeah, not really a chance to save par from there. And she may have to come up with some creative shot just to get out and get to the pin. Mandujano with her second. Down the hill on the right side, just pitching to somehow get back up toward the basket, and that gives her a chance to save par.
He's able to punch out. Found a window somehow.
That was Kona's look for birdie.
So Holland's tee shot finished to the left. She can get a run up behind it. That would be great, but the angle that she's going to have to throw this on, she needs to hit the shot perfectly. She has to really use the entire fairway, go off to that left-hand side, or excuse me, right-hand side to work the disc back to the left. Plenty of distance behind the shot, and she keeps it safe. Keeps it in a good open look to the pin.
Val to save par. Another solid putting stroke, so keeping it clean through 10. Val, we were taking a look at last year's scores. There's been a slight change or two to the course, but last year's scores, I believe hot round was 6 under during the opening round?
During the opening round, yes, and then 7 under in the second round, and then 8 under is what Evelina shot to win this tournament. And yes, there are some course changes, but the par remains the same. 68 is the par. With 3 par 5s to finish the last 6 holes. And we did see such a tight race in last year's tournament. In that final round, we had upwards of 6 to 8 players within a few strokes as we finished off the back 9. So I see the scores are already stacked up.
Missy is inside the circle with her look to save par.
Yeah, don't fast enough for it to have a chance to go in.
Wandahano on the 11th. That was too low to get all the way to the pin. She'll have an uphill approach from there, and Kat Murch hits early on the 10th. Very, very difficult spot to try and save par from.
That always hurts. It physically hurts to hit one of the first available obstacles. And the fact that she more than likely rolled down to the right, down the hill. She might be using an alternative fairway.
This is Jordan's 4th. Trying to get up and down, salvage a bogey. Just deep of the pin, but she'll have a relatively open look. It's going to be out near the edge of the circle, though. Val, as I said, would be in the fairway and have the uphill throw. Looks like she's going to be shallow circle 2. That's to save the par. Great putt by Holland Hanley. Jordan for bogey. She worked hard for it. She's going to put her first bogey on the scorecard, negating the birdie she picked up on 3. She goes back to even par for the round. Left side and in. A birdie for Evelina on the 6th.
You see how well thought out these pin placements are on the course. These are inside the circle putts, but everyone has had to take their time, figure out what's the most comfortable stance. What's the clearest view to the pin?
And another miss by Missy Gannon from inside the circle.
And it's just been an array of misses. It hasn't been a consistent miss every time.
Murch throwing her second on the 10th, and that looks like she pulled it inside and it's going to get caught up.
A few of those tree kicks actually helped her out. That was not looking good.
The Canadian Chantel Badinsky looking for her third consecutive birdie.
Yeah, fantastic putt.
Birdies on 9, 10, and 11. She's now 1 under for the round.
That was a brutal start to the round. 3 bogeys in a row, but she is picking it up.
Val Mandujano, one of the best putters we saw from 2024 from Circle 2. She was the 3rd best, in fact, last year. That one from inside Circle 1. And Val cleans up for yet another par. So we've seen a few struggles from her, but every time she's making up for the mistake, and she remains your co-leader now with Macy Veladiaz. Both at 3 under.
And I just can't help to think of the storylines of these players at the top. You know, Val, she was on a tear a few years ago, winning several events, and then she had an injury, and she's been fighting her way back ever since. Of course, Macy Veladiaz, new mom, so developing a new routine with life in general. It's nice to see both of them playing so well.
Evelina, tee of 7. This looks inside. Does it have enough to fight through?
That was just barely off. She needed just a little bit more flip. Maybe a few feet to the right would have helped her get underneath that branch. That's what you need, that kind of direct shot, aiming for that sawgrass down there in the sunshine. Throw just over that. It's going to give you a clear shot to the pin. A little skip won't hurt. Beautifully done from Holland Handley. And style points by hitting the pin.
The skip onto the left side, which is the place to be, and then it rolls right to the pin, banks it off, and sets right next to the basket. Tap in birdie coming for Holland. I like the shape of this. Coming in with a skip. Does it have the legs? No, it's going to come up short, but that should be a good angle for the putt. Mandujano and Veladiaz out in front. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Missy's birdie attempt is up and left, so not drawing any medal from Circle 2 this time. Jessica Weiss on the tee of 11. And just barely gets over the hillside, so it carries. And she'll have a short approach to the uphill basket, as now we're back with Evelina. Not able to get through clean. That left side, high left side, is protected by those trees. Holly Finley will be off in this kind of in the same territory as we just saw Jessica. Jordan not able to capitalize on the birdie look. And you saw her, after it landed, she immediately motioned for it to sit down. That could be said of so many greens out here on this property that even if you have a good-looking putt that's close to the basket, the likelihood of it popping up and then rolling away is very high on so many different holes out here. I see that one jammed in by Evelina. She'll escape with a par.
Yeah, and it's still fresh in my memory of putts that we've seen hit just underneath this pin and then have that slow wobble. And we all know that shot. Slow wobble, and it rolls on this pin specifically at least 100 feet down the hill. It is a tough comeback putt.
No putt required there for Holland Hanley, but we're going to take a look at what we've seen from Evelina in the early goings. Solid putt on hole number 2.
And that putting practice in the off season is paying off so far. And I really feel like for Evelina, it wasn't the power, it wasn't her technique. It was more about timing that always seemed to be off. If she was missing, it's just that her body wasn't lining up and getting her into the right routine. She didn't lack confidence. She was always very aggressive with the putting, but she did add up strokes, and you can see that stat right there. Even though she won some big events, she lost strokes to the field on the putting green. Inside there. No chance at birdie if you're landing in the trees short. This is another green, very sloped. So you want to make sure you're landing inside the circle.
Not the full flight as she was looking for.
This is a reachable hole. I think seeing that turnover shot, you're bringing angle into play and not getting the full flight of the disc. So it's tough to reach the distance of the pin with any kind of angled shot. But you need to stay clear of that OB on the left.
We didn't see the red flag pop up from the spotter there, so I'm going to assume that stayed in bounds. But as you were just mentioning, that OB comes into play very quick on the left side if something ultimately hyzers out from a right-handed backhand thrower. And Jordan with a different approach, going out to the right side, just trying to swing it around the back of the tree. And from there, she'll have an uphill approach. I was just going to say, I feel like you're really conceding and you're just saying, I'm going to play for par, and that's exactly what we heard her say as she was walking off the tee. Kat Murch throwing on 11, fighting all the way through. She'll have a putt from circle's edge. Even closer than circle's edge. What a shot by Kat.
Caught that little bush.
Safety shot leaking left on the downhill throw by Mandujano there. Weiss with perfect control to the very sloped green of 11. Kona Montgomery. That one turns, and I don't think it's going to fight back. Kona, one of the off-season stories of switching sponsorships, now playing for Innova Champion Disc. And a longtime veteran of Innova is Holly Finley, also with good control to the green of 11.
And I'm still thinking about the shot that we saw from Jordan. That tee shot, to me, I was surprised. I thought that was a shank. I had not seen anybody throw that wide right route, but it's all according to the game plan for her.
Yeah, it really just takes the idea of going out of bounds left out of play. And even if you hit the tree, as long as you don't kick too hard right, you're going to be perfectly fine. It's just, as she said, it's the par play.
But this was so far to the right. It's got a lot of work to do to get back to the fairway. And you can see she's still hung up on that right side.
Well, now par's going to be that much more challenging. Not the best of layups, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, I just want to reiterate that that was her game plan. And the fact that she wasn't confident in throwing the drive, knowing that she couldn't reach the pin, it really brings in so much more risk. The fact that you're going to go deep in the woods or you're going to find yourself OB, you know, the adding to the strokes. She's playing it for par. She wanted to land it in a more open spot on her drive, of course, but just wild that she ended up hitting the basket. I see a little replay in the bottom. And that's what that sloped green can do. Hitting any metal and not going in. More than likely, you're going to get that roll.
A little more angle and that could have gotten me.
Yeah.
Edge of circle is what I was thinking. That flexibility training already coming in.
Hear what Holland's been working on over the off season, some flexibility training. I know you mentioned that's what you were working on too, right, Terry?
I'm as limber as I've ever been, Val, so I know exactly what she's talking about.
He's sitting here with his ankle behind his head. Just, it's impressive, Terry. Big par putt coming up for Holland. Goes for it and thankfully sits.
I loved it out of hand.
Yeah.
The time and place, the confidence, the amount of slope, it all comes into play here if you're going for these putts on these risky greens. I mean, for Holland to go for such a huge putt, you know, I'm sure she would have gave it a run if it was a birdie, but she wanted that par. She wanted to save herself from that bogey stroke. There's a lot of strategy on these greens that needs to really come into play, and the more experience you have playing this course, could really come into the favor of the players that are more strategic, maybe choose to lay up.
The field has only seen 5 birdies here on hole number 8 so far today. Full run from Evelina just past the basket. That'll be an easy tap in.
Thank you.
And a good save as Jordan converts on the par putt.
Playing that alternate strategy. It's nice to know that it pays off.
They'll make the long trek over to hole number 10, or excuse me, over to number 9. 9 is a hole that was added to this layout just in the last couple of years, so it's still relatively new, but one we've seen some incredible shots and plenty of players attacking. Still waiting for us to capture an ace on that one as we catch up with Valerie Mandujano, throwing her second on 12. And she finds the lane, trying to set herself up for a birdie. Kona cut down early as we're going to now fly the 12 thanks to our friends at Zenni Eyewear.
Hole 12 is a par 4 at over 600 feet. Another elevated tee shot heading downhill. Players want to make sure that they're getting that straight flight and the disc is slowly drifting down to the right. If you finish off to the left, you can find that OB line. So if you're landing on that left side, heading for that shade that we see here in the flyover, you're going to have your choice of gaps to hit as we approach the green. This one on the left seems like the most open, but of course you have that tree line on that left side that you really want to avoid. It can make putting very difficult. And you got to get over that log. I feel like that's the biggest obstacle on the approach shot. If you can get over that log, you're going to be inside circle 2 looking at a birdie putt.
A long birdie bid from Mandujano. Comes up short. Similar distance for Kona. If this can fight back, she's going to be near the pin, but that's not too far from where we saw Taylor convert from earlier in the round.
This is such a fun hole to watch players throw. Elevated tee shot, and you have that kind of backboard to hit behind the pin. So you want to make sure you're powering it far enough, knowing that that hillside can catch you. It's just the decision of if you're going to go on the left of those trees or on the right, and what disc is going to fly that S turn that you need.
No one in the group quite figuring out the drive, which is kind of surprising. I feel like this is one of the easier holes to attack. So Kona has now just tapped in for bogey. We are learning that she was out of bounds on a previous throw. Mandujano for par. Weiss up on the tee of 12. That's good positioning for Weiss. It'll probably give her options whether she needs to go backhand or forehand into the green. Still seeing Valerie Mandujano and Macy Vela-Diaz both tied at the top at 3 under. And just a moment ago, as you saw, Vela-Diaz bogeys and falls back to 2 under now.
Yeah, Macy is through 16 holes now with 3 bogeys on her scorecard. Jessica and Valerie are bogey free at the moment.
Great approach from Jordan Linz. Nate, I'd like to throw it out to you. Talking about just the elevation that we see throughout this entire course, how much are players thinking about what the tee wind is versus maybe down in the lower lying areas? Do you feel any differences?
Yeah, honestly, the only hole where we've really felt that come into play was 8. You couldn't tell what the wind was doing on the tee, but down in the fairway and by the green, it was a pretty strong tailwind. But right now, it's dead calm right here, Terry, so I don't think wind is too much of a factor.
Catching up with Owen Scoggins, throwing her second on 12. And that fight's all the way through. Owen inside the circle for a birdie luck.
Outside the circle for Holland. She felt good on that last long distance putt, but was not able to connect this time. Makes an adjustment.
Last year, Holland Hanley was 6th from circle 2 in the division. We're going to roll the Zuka replay to watch her convert on the right side. Birdie for Holland Hanley. Not quite as close as what we saw from Taylor Chosick, but similar lie. And Evelina just barely off the mark. Seeing everyone else clean up for their pars, and they're about to head to the back 9.
An interesting shot from Jessica. She gets over the log. She's going to have a long run at birdie. This is beautifully thrown from Val.
Thank you.
Holly finds the lane. And just deep of the pin. She'll have that left for birdie.
See Holly there in that stacked up tie for 5th. Another birdie on the scorecard could bring her into the 2nd place stacked up position. It's fun to see so many players in the conversation. A lot of new names. You know, could this be a breakout performance? Could this be a big win that sets one of these players on fire for the rest of the year?
Jessica Weiss off to a good start. Long-range jumper doesn't fall for her. I've said it before, I feel like this is one of the more punishing and daunting tee shots found on this course, because if you hit early and you kick to the left or the right, you're going to be buried in trees, and then you're still dealing with the ridge that carries you all the way to the pin. It's very likely or common to see a player go down to the right or to the left and then take 2 or 3 or 4 shots just to finally get back up to the pin, depending on how far you carry offline. Pure tee shot here is so crucial in scoring and walking away with a par or even possibly a birdie. Those feel like a bonus for sure.
There's little room for error. And even if you didn't hit the line, connecting with the tree could really send you sailing. Just tough to stay up on that ridge.
In fact, a few of our over par numbers that we saw coming from our doubles round yesterday started right here with an errant tee shot and then having struggles throughout.
So it's just over 300 feet. You can choose to throw a mid-range to have full control. But it's this low line shot. And that's what we see out of a lot of these players. They're trying to throw something that flies straight, but then if they get a little bit too much power on it, trying to hit that line, it turns over and starts to slowly drift down to the right. Evelina just puts turn on it right away, and it does not have the stability to come back. Chose not to throw that stable fairway driver. I think it would be just so fast. Yeah, this is just it's a tricky distance, and I think players are between discs. You know, the low ceiling makes you want to throw the fairway driver so you get the distance, but I think the mid-range is the best choice.
Good birdie by Owen Scoggins. That was low and pushing to the right, but it carried over in a good distance. So she'll have some obstruction, but she's at least 2/3 of the way to the pin. Finley from a knee. High right side, doesn't get it to fall. not sure you can throw a much better drive than this, as Mandujano setting up her approach with her second shot on 13.
Oh, we've seen some great drives, but you got to get a little lucky to land in an open spot. The trees are just sprinkled all along the fairway, so even if you get the great distance on the tee shot, you could be stuck right behind a tree. That worked out really nice for Val.
Almost always some obstruction to the pin anytime you are left or right of this fairway, and we're seeing what Missy is dealing with. Just a couple of branches, also worried possibly about her backswing as she comes all the way through. You see the tree just to the right of her.
She gets a full follow through, regardless of that tree.
It's so funny, like trying to like do it.
Yeah. Like you can almost see underneath.
And now from the right side of the fairway, Evelina lining up a forehand. And almost throwing it in as she grabs front of the basket. Great control, good speed. A few inches higher and she'd be throwing this in for birdie.
The fact that it lands softly on the ground is a good thing. No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Holland sitting in second place at 2 under with 2 bogeys on her scorecard. 4 birdies. That would put her in that tied position with Val. Just needs to clean up those errors. And Holland was one of our contenders last year at this event. And I really feel like it came down to just the last few holes, and that's really what determined our winner. Everyone was in such a tight battle all the way through the weekend.
If I recall, her, Ella Hansen, and Evelina all coming down the stretch, and like you said, just getting clarified in the last few holes. Evelina, you mentioned earlier, ended up having the hot round of the entire weekend on that final round, shooting an 8 under. Today we're not seeing quite the same pace. I mean, the scoring conditions are ideal. Missy to save par. And that putt right on the mark. Missy has maybe settled in some early putting woes, which is very uncharacteristic of her. When talking about the event, she said that she's prepared but yet nervous, and that's exactly how she wants to feel. Excited about the year, excited about the season, but also that comes with a little bit of nerves because of that overall anticipation, even though she's very much a veteran out here on the tour.
It's like the first day of school.
Yeah.
You know, you had summer break, well, in this case, winter break. You haven't seen anybody in a while. You come back, you want to start off on a good note, impress the teachers. Got to be a little nervous.
Valerie Mandujano will head to the 14th with a 2-shot lead.
Both 14 and 15, both par 5s. This one's all about the distance, and Val not able to get up and over that ridge. That really shortens up what you can do on your second shot.
Now catching up with Rebecca Cox.
Had some great memories from yesterday's All-Star event, throwing the second shot up to the top of the hill with partner Gannon Burr. Ended up taking down the whole event, but it was the shot on 18. Rebecca had, it was alternate shot. She had to throw her second shot up to the top of the hill. Gannon ended up making a circle's edge putt to get them into a 3-way sudden death playoff. But it looks like Rebecca threw her drive in an ideal spot as opposed to what she was faced with yesterday and what Gannon left her with.
Truly one of the most clutch shots of the day. She needed this to get all the way up on top just to give them a look for the eagle. That was the second shot. Gannon from just outside of the circle converts, and as you mentioned, that gets him into the 3-way playoff with the 2 teams that came in from the morning round. And then we had a miscue or 2 on the very first hole of the playoff. That would have been to end the playoff. However, Isaac Robinson even has a smile about it, and Gannon can't believe it, that that's going to extend the playoff, giving Gannon and Rebecca a chance. And it pushes all the way to the 4th hole. Anthony and Paige were eliminated on hole number 1. These 2 teams push to the 4th, still playing alternate shot. And Rebecca and Gannon would be able to walk away as your champions. So congratulations to them for the mixed doubles action we saw yesterday. Very fun day out here at Olympus, and a great way to kick off our live broadcast season.
Yeah, Rebecca was just absolutely lacing drives yesterday. We see now she's going to be putting for eagle. She gets the eagle today. That'll bring her to 3 under. Oh, and that almost worked out. Needed to just get around to the right side of that tree. This is such a challenging tee shot, but it is so rewarding when you can hit the line. It's a high floor, low ceiling, very narrow window that you have to hit. That basket is just framed up there on that side hill.
Not the intended route, but it's going to work out.
Wow, that was lucky, huh?
Yeah. Mom, confirmation. Yeah, that was lucky.
It's so crucial to get up onto the platform with your tee shot on that initial drive. I feel like it otherwise pretty much takes away all chances at getting birdie. That is going to dry up pretty short on the short right side with a difficult uphill putt coming up. And not a great approach by Evelina either. She's going to put her putter to the test.
2 shots in on hole 13. See if she can save the par. Currently out 2 strokes ahead of the field.
It's the same shot.
The question becomes, how aggressive are you with this attempt, Val?
Yeah, another sloped green.
Certainly a full run at it.
Oh, God damn, dude.
When I see players going for these elevated putts, I think about timing and how awkward it can be to have that late release to ensure that you're getting the height underneath the putt that you need to make sure you're driving the putter through the chains.
Very impressed by what we're seeing here, Val.
Yeah, Evelina's putter is looking so solid. And that is just, it's been the difference all these years. If Evelina could have a putt like that in this last 10 years, we would have seen so many more titles. She's really had to rely on the drives, the upshots, and the accuracy that she has, and it has paid off. It did pay off last year with 2 major wins, but that consistency with the putter, I hope it continues on. She's such a talented thrower.
And Jessica will pull within 1 of our leader. She'll move to 3 under. That's just 1 back of Mundahano.
And it is, what a clean scorecard Jessica has.
And Rebecca Cox lining up for an eagle on the 18th. Spoiler, that one's in. And Rebecca shoots 3 under. She's currently 1 back of our leader in Mundahano. What a finish for Rebecca, getting the birdie on 17, the eagle on 18. Valerie Mundahano out in front by 1. We'll be right back.
While the world still sleeps, we rise. When others find excuses, we find strength. This is where the work begins. Late nights, early mornings, this is who we are. Discipline is our lifestyle. We push through the sweat, the pain, and the doubts. When the road gets tough, we get tougher. We aim higher, hit harder, and dig deeper. Each day, we work to be better than the last. Success isn't handed to us, it's earned. Because in the end, we're the ones who rise, the ones who conquer, the ones who win.
Hey everyone, Gannon Burr here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
certainly more disc golf than ever as we've added some new events to our lineup here in the 2025 season. And you're going to get things like the European Disc Golf Festival, USDGC, PDGA Pro Masters Worlds, the final 3 rounds there, and the European Disc Golf Championships, all with your DGN Pro subscription. We're going to have playoff events, Disc Golf Pro Tour Plus events, our regular events, everything. I mean, I don't know where else you would be or what else you're doing. I know you're watching for free as a PDGA member possibly this weekend, but make sure you get in there. Pick up the Disc Golf Network subscription, and we'll see you for both the standard and pro events right here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Jessica piping the shot, getting up and onto the platform. Exactly what you needed here off the tee. Up the fairway is Mandujano, throwing her 4th. And as I said, I think par is pretty much the best score you can get if you don't get onto the platform from your tee shot. And we're going to catch up with Nate Perkins, and it seems like maybe things have slowed down out there. Perks, what are you seeing?
Yeah, a little back up here on the 12th. Madison threw OB left, and the cart has taken some time to kind of determine where she was last inbounds, but it should clear up here pretty quick.
There's a lot of golf to play, as you were talking about earlier, how we close out this round with par 4s and par 5s exclusively.
Yeah, and I think those last 3 holes are so crucial. It can make or break your round. Hole 16, you saw the challenging tee shot that you need to hit. But then Rebecca Cox, the fact that she birdied 17, eagled 18, that's 3 strokes right there. And we could quickly see the lead change if you can execute those last 2 holes perfectly.
And Nate, let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing from Rebecca Cox and the solid finish she had today.
Yeah, birdie eagle is incredible, Terry. And for me, Rebecca was the most improved player last season. And this year, she's bringing that same incredible kind of push spin putt that really allowed her to be competitive last year. But more importantly, we talked to her yesterday, and she said that she's trying to be more aggressive this season, which is exactly what you need if you're trying to take down an event in this year's FPO day and age.
Picking up the birdie on 15, the birdie on 17, and the lone eagle on 18. I say lone because yesterday Gannon Burr was her partner and they walked away with an eagle. Today she does it alone. Good drive, great approach, and a solid putt. In fact, made it look even easier than when she had Gannon helping her out yesterday. I think she helped out Gannon more so.
I feel like I got a good eye for it. I play volleyball, which is also a rally sport. So I can read the court well. It's just if it comes to me, maybe I'll hit it inbounds or maybe not.
Yeah. I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, that's true.
Guessing we're overhearing some pickleball and or paddle conversations as that is the game of choice that comes from Evelina over in Finland. Very popular. Mandujano looking for a par here on the 14th. And keeps the clean scorecard. Weiss going to the forehand with her second.
Hold.
And that's going to set up Weiss for an opportunity to get up and down and get a birdie. If so, she could tie for the lead with Mandujano at 4 under. And what the two of them both have in common as of right now are clean scorecards. Mandujano 4 birdies, no bogeys. Jessica looking for her 4th birdie. As we scroll to page 2 here, noticing some of the names out here. See Morgan Linz not quite keeping up with her twin sister as she sits in a tie for 14th at the moment.
But we're seeing all the way down, tie for 14th, you're only 5 back of the lead. That is not much ground to make up in 2 more rounds. So even Paige Pierce there at 2 over. She's 6 back of our leader at the moment. Anything can happen.
Last name we saw there, Trinity Bryant, from a native of Florida, is making her full go at the tour this year. She's been in the Florida scene coming up for the last couple of years. And let's take a look at our flyover, thanks to our friends at Zenny.
Beautiful elevated tee shot here. We are way up. So the control of how your disc finishes is so important. Of course, you want to make it through that initial tunnel, but then once you bust out into the open here, as the disc falls to the ground, you want to make sure it's fading to the right. Sounded like Madison went over to that left-hand side, found the OB, and was trying to pinpoint where that disc went out of bounds. And it could be crucial for where you take that disc if you do land out of bounds, and the angle that you'll have on now what would have been your third shot as you approach the basket.
And at the presser, there was a theme of what's in the bag as it changed up. Perks, what did we learn a few days ago as we're looking at Evelina's bag?
Yeah, Evie's bag really hasn't changed too much over the years. I think she's still trying to figure out that fairway slot. For many years she was throwing that FD. I think she's back in the Hawkeye right now, but still looking for something a little straighter. But, you know, she's never really been one to be too focused on the discs.
Appreciate the insight as she had said there's really no changes whatsoever in her bag. It's the exact same. I feel like she probably put it away in a closet for a little while and then busted it out to start getting prepped for the season. But there is a certain amount of comfort that goes along with that as well. We know new discs are being introduced every single week by all our manufacturers, but sometimes just sticking with what you got works out just fine. She's a multiple-time major winner and world champion.
Holland's going to have some options over there on the right side. And it really looked more like a placement shot from Holland. She wasn't really focused on getting the full distance. It was more of just setting herself up. And that heads over to the right side. Needs to turn. Oh my, that is so understable. This is going toward that OB line. But Missy threw that soft enough. It just didn't have that full skip at the end.
And watching Macy Valadiaz along with the rest of her card as she's going to be stepping up to an eagle look here soon. Macy, another conversation piece during the off season with regard to her new sponsorship. She has now rejoined Team Dynamic Discs. As many know, her season shortened last year while welcoming a new child into the world. Congratulations to her and her husband. Now an eagle look to close out the opening round. Count it. Macy closes with an eagle. Moves to 4 under and becomes a co-leader. As we're going to roll that Zuka replay. You got to love the stepper. Macy at 4 under, tied with Valerie Mandujano, who's teeing on the 15th, caught up on the right side.
And Macy ended up getting 3 bogeys on the day to finish with the eagle. I mean, that's a lot of birdies. So if she can just clean up those errors, she's going to stay at the top. But what a finish with the eagle. It's the cherry on top of the day. And currently in the tie for first, but we know Val has a few more holes to play.
Colored scorecard, as you mentioned, but the dark blue to finish at 91% C1X putting. Well, trying to get creative. You said it earlier, that the overhand may be the approach when pinched off, and that's exactly what we just saw from Jessica. She's got a lot of tools in her bag.
Featured card is splayed across this fairway from Missy here on the far left, Evelina on the far right.
Maybe even a search party for some of the discs on the far right side.
They're having a discussion about going through that left side.
Perks, what are some of the options that Missy's debating right now?
Yeah, options aren't great. She's trying to see if she can find a window up high, but it's pretty dense with the cedar. Taking her time. Early left, tries to punch through and kicks out to maybe 50 feet. She might have a window from there.
It's possibly still a long look for birdie.
Yeah, that just looked like trouble trying to go through that left side. This is what you have if you're on the right side of the fairway, just more open alleys. Not a lot of that shrub, bush to get through. You'll at least have a clean putt, but you have to get through those large trees.
Get in. Oh.
And that was Weiss for her birdie attempt. Looks like she'll remain at 3 under. That's one off the pace of Valadiaz and Mandujano. And Valerie's forced just to pitch out after the errant tee shot on 15.
No, because I can see this stuff. It's like same color, but.
right above the
And Evelina waiting to get her disc retrieved. Looks like Tom's going to come to the rescue. And here's where she was last year, off on the right side as well. Here with a lot more room to work, and throws the approach to just inside the circle. And she was even surprised by the result of that. A great patent pending stance for her to get all the way up to the pin.
Not looking like she'll have that option today.
We're going to have to see something coming in much lower and then just trying to drive it forward. Well, she's still going to that same stance, but she's going to take to a knee. Does she keep it clean? And it fights through, but from there, likely a pitch up to the pin and probably a par in store.
And the good thing about it is she gets her disc back.
And Tom steps in to save the day, helping out.
And I did hear some conversation. She's like, I don't know if it's my disc. I know it's the same color. So they got the disc down. After she marked it, they got the disc down and were able to confirm that it was her disc.
You see all the different lanes that Holland has to choose from to hit, and unfortunately gets caught up on the left side.
Yeah, not getting through those trees leaves you 80 feet short. You really need to punch through if you want to give yourself a putt.
This needs to fight back to the left. And Val has plenty of work to do just to save par. So on the back-to-back par fives that we've seen, Val has had, let's just say, off the mark drives that have cost her any chance at birdie. Can understand some frustration as Holland knows the error was made on that approach shot that should have been a relatively easy up and down for her.
Yeah, I'm right there. Oh my God.
I certainly underestimated the difficulty of this approach. I thought it would be an easy up and down, and it's anything but.
All right, she gets it to drop. It's going to be an open putt from there. Yeah, I didn't realize how far she went in on that left side. I thought she'd be able to at least stretch out and reach back into the fairway.
Yeah, you can go for it.
There's another one. Yeah.
Give it a run. Good birdie attempt from outside the circle.
Yeah, if I go up and over here.
All right.
Missy being challenged by both the footing and the incumbent branches that are right next to her.
That may be hit.
She's a gap, perfect. There's not much more you can do other than spin it more. But
Come on.
Terry, you're loving it. I'm loving it too.
I am. She's put her putter to the test a number of times today, and every time with confidence. You see her just drilling them right in. Cat Merch on the tee of 15. Turns it over, but keeps it out of the rough. Short is fine, but throwing into the rough on the right is where you really get into trouble, like we saw from Mandahano. But with Zenny as her flyover, let's take a look here.
Yeah, you want to stay in the fairway, yes, but you also want to make sure that you're getting the full flight of the disc. And for Cat Merch, she has the power to give herself a chance at eagling this hole with a couple of big throws. First drives are landing around here, and then it requires basically that same disc choice to hit this gap. It's not a lot of space to really maneuver the flight, so you have to throw something that's going to maybe flip up. You could throw a nice hyzer line and then allow it to flip up and stay in that narrow fairway. If you can really get a move on it, you can get yourself inside circle 2, maybe give it a run at an eagle. There is OB that creeps up on the right-hand side as we get closer to the pin. So that can come into play on the second shots. And I was worried that Val was keeping that shot over to the right too much, but she is safe.
I thought I was rolling OB.
So Val will again put her putter to the test, trying to keep the clean scorecard.
Same thing.
Jessica low and turned over, but short grass. More often than not, a clean drive on this hole will result in some look to get up and down, but not hitting any trees is key on this tee shot. And I know that sounds all too obvious, but this one certainly has more trees, I think, than any other hole on the course. And we see that one kick hard left for Avelina. That's going to be trouble.
Missing the trees means you're getting farther down the fairway. And the farther you are down the fairway, that shorter the second shot or the upshot is to the basket, which can help you focus more on throwing the accurate shot, which is more than likely required. There's just so many trees.
Late tree, but still navigates mostly down the fairway. Weiss with her second shot on the par 5. See that Valerie Mandahano had a 34% scramble rate in 2024. She's going to need one here. What a putt. On fire. The putter has looked so good all day today, and she keeps the clean scorecard.
Evelina bites off a chunk of distance there. One of the shorter par fours. So to me, in my mind, I'm playing it as a par 3 with a good drive. You can get yourself up there, but yeah, 468 feet out of the range of a par 3. So it's across the board. It's pretty even. We've seen about 30% get birdie, about 40% get par. This isn't necessarily a hole that you can kind of break through, but if you can get out of the hole 13 clean, you're going to be setting yourself up nicely.
Kat's third puts her just left of the pin. She'll have a long look from circle 2 for birdie. Well, that was a good redirect, or tree direct, as some of us would call it.
It sure was. Missy wanted that to be wider to the right, more open gap on that far right side, but yep, she'll take it.
And unfortunately for us and for Val Mundahano, it appears we had missed her fourth, which ultimately set her up for the putt that she had, and then she would go on to make that putt, as we know, but the putt was actually for bogey. So that was the shot that we had possibly gotten over. So
Yeah.
Val does have her first bogey of the round, and that's why she has fallen back to 3 under, and Macy Valadiaz is your solo leader at 4. Textbook?
That's how we think.
Just playing catch with the basket. Nice, beautiful straight throw.
So Jessica will have a long look, possibly, at birdie from there, but not taking advantage of the par 5.
Going with the roller? I think she could easily hit that with a backhand hyzer. I was never one to trust a roller, but some players are tricky, and that worked out.
Yep, absolutely.
I just think about all the things that are on the ground that your disc could connect with. You know, one rock, one, you know, fallen branch. Missy certainly wanted that one, giving it a run, but that branch, it can be out of your focus. She's so focused on what she's trying to do to get the power on the elevated pin that that branch probably wasn't even in view.
Well, 13 getting the best of Evelina as Jessica Weiss gives that a good run, and it checks up right next to the pin. Jordan's putter has looked pretty solid today, so somewhat surprised to see the effort low there.
This is a tester putt for Missy. So today I feel like it flipped the coin if she's making a putt inside the circle. That one was a very solid stroke.
So Evelina will break her 6-hole par streak with a bogey on the 13th. Hole 13 not really doing anyone any favors here, except for Hanley with a solid drive and approach. The other three struggled. Cat Merch. Calling it ugly.
Like a big fart coming out of my hand. I went to that gap.
You gotta get off of the tee on 16 clean. If you get hung up short, you are gonna be struggling. And that was such a beautiful drive from Val. Whether it was the intended route or not, it still worked.
Let's take a look at hole 14 with our flyover, brought to us by Zenny.
Our longest hole on the course at 900 feet. The tee shot, you want to see the players clearing this ridge, getting to this top platform. That's going to save you, going to gain you at least 100 feet or so. The second shot's trying to hit this gap, and I'd really like to play the left-hand side, but the farther you go to the left, the more you bring that OB line into play. If you're on that right-hand side, there's just so many more trees to deal with and such tight gaps that you're forced to hit. But then you make your way to the basket. There's a lot of guardian trees, so you want to make sure that you have yourself set up in an open look, but you're penetrating through those trees to give yourself a shorter putt. These trees are inside the circle and could provide some challenge for the putt. That's exactly what you want to do. Hopefully that doesn't come into play.
Line drive as well coming from Missy Gannon. Prime positioning. Well, we're 3 for 3 with great drive so far.
Jordan connects with the tree, and I think that'll leave her short of that ridge.
Approach around the corner for Valerie Mundahano. See Valerie Mundahano now in a tie for second. Valadia's out in front, and we're going to take a short break. Just enjoy the sights and sounds of nature here from Florida. Welcome back. Gannon throwing her second on hole 14, the par 5.
Well, that worked out. Missy threw an up the gut shot heading right for those trees.
The third from Mundahano.
That definitely took some power and some distance off of that second shot. But she's going to finish off to the left, and like I said, it's better positioning over there. That was well thrown from Holland. She had to really shape that shot and get through the trees, and I think that was nicely done. This is a par 5. So if you find yourself out of position, it's important to get distance on that next shot, but get yourself into a spot where you can continue to execute shots through those trees.
Back on track, Jordan says. We'll catch up now with Jessica Weiss teeing on 16, and this is a new route. Going with the high hyzer line. We had not seen that at all yesterday at any point during the mixed doubles.
It sounded clean. We'll see if she was able to get enough distance. That's just such a high, spiky line. That looks good. She should be maybe in circle one, or at least on the edge. She should have a look.
Kona Montgomery has a par look on 16. Solid putt. Kona has struggled over the last few holes. She initially went into the back 9, 2 under. However, has found 4 bogeys in the last 6 holes. This is a good par save.
And it's good to see Kona back. I know she's been dealing with some health issues over the last couple of years, and she's a Disc Golf Pro Tour champion. So it's nice to see her back competing again.
Yeah.
Val makes the par putt. That keeps her within 1 of our leader, Macy Veladiaz.
All right, well, she doesn't get all the way out on that hyzer drive.
Now goes to the forehand roller.
Oh my goodness. Come on. Over the OB line. Can it fight its way back?
It looks like it did. To my eye, I thought it rolled over the line.
It hit the line.
The bush trying to take away our focus, but it looks in from my vantage point. That appears to be in. Jessica, bogey free today. She's going to need to try and get up and down from there to keep that rolling.
It's voice controlled. That disc was listening. It fought its way. We'll see if she's inbounds or not.
I love the play into the green there from Holland Hanley. Murch with her second. She's got a lane and pierces it out all the way through. However, it looks like that's going to be on the right side. And gets past the few guardians here that protect the green.
I believe that's a par save for Jordan.
And Evelina is going to have a similar look, dealing with some of the bushes and other things that are protecting this basket. Never a doubt. Evelina with the birdie on the par 5.
A tap-in birdie for Holland. Only 13% of the field was able to get the birdie on hole 14 today.
They'll head up the hill, and we're going to take a look. Cadence Burge doing some work, stringing together 4 birdies in a row. She's over on hole number 16 at the moment. Currently 100% C1X putting today.
And that's a tough stretch of holes that Cadence was able to birdie. 2 par 4s, par 5. See Cadence there in the tie for 6th. Heading into those final 3 holes that I talked about being so crucial to the score that you could put up for the day. I've seen people get the birdie on 16, but it's a tough one. Par seems to be a great score today. Val is up and over the hill.
And as we look at 15, this might be the best one shot on the course if you're ever coming out to this property. We can thank our friends at One Shot Energy. You can use the code DGPT for 25% off your order at oneshotenergy.com and explore a wide range of energy chews, focus chews, and voice drops.
It's a good time to get that energy picked up. You need to execute this drive. And at this point in the round, you got to be used to these elevated tee pads, and accuracy is important. You want to make sure that drive is landing in the fairway. The second shot, you're hoping to clear this area, landing around this zone. 2 great drives can keep you in play, but it's about that accuracy with the distance to allow yourself to score. I've seen a lot of birdies on this hole.
And speaking of this hole, I've got to ask, Perkins, are you going to make a bid for this being the signature hole on the course?
Yeah, I've always felt like 15 is the clear signature hole on the course. I mean, that 35-foot of drop from the tee to the fairway provides that challenge. You know, you have to get that nose angle perfect. You're going to drift off one way or the other. And once you execute that shot, the birdie's really in play on this shorter basket.
Yeah, it's good.
We see our second feature card out in the fairway. So our final card of the day, just holding off. Once they throw these shots, we'll be clear to go.
They wanted me to film some players. I was like, she's in the shot.
And now Jessica still has work to do, trying to fight her way out to the basket. And that was caught up. So her bogey-free round in jeopardy there on the 16th.
And that second shot was marked inbound. She was safe on that second roller shot. I believe Val will be safe there. It's a landing strip that you're trying to place your disc on.
Murch pitches out. This is to save par. Off the basket. What a shot there by Jessica. Great attempt. But that will be her first bogey of the day.
And just barely short. Plenty of power.
Also on the green of 16, Scoggins. She's got a long par look. Too much power from Owen.
But once in a while they jump it, and it's the worst
No,
thing.
yeah, it didn't affect me. I was just like, I was remembering that vibe. I was like,
Yeah, there have been a couple times where I like saw some and it would like
See,
I
Bones
noticed
Goggins
it when I
over
normally-
par on the day and outside of the top 10 at the moment. Very slow day for her. Just
Couple of
2
years
birdies
ago, I
on her
had a
card.
moment where the drone like jumped in the air. I don't know if it hit a gust up there or something. Ooh, like during Kyle Klein's putting, and he's got great mental until he doesn't. Right.
Everybody has days.
He tilts really hard.
Yeah, he does. I will. I say that. There's an FPO who just don't.
The first real halt in action as they're
Couple,
standing
yeah, for
on
sure.
the tee of 15. Not a bad place to stand if you're going to be held up out there, but we also have every event live. The Disc Golf Pro Tour's 10th season set to be the biggest yet, with expanded coverage including 3 brand new events and a full lineup of elite competition. This season is packed with epic moments you won't want to miss. Subscribe to DGN Pro and catch every event live. Already looking forward to a few of those new additions, including the PDGA Pro Masters. That's going to be taking place over in the Twin Cities of Minnesota in early July. I'm excited that we're going to be able to call the action as that major wraps up. We often talk about shining a light on our Masters age players and Masters eligible competitors. Be able to watch the finals for the FPO and the FP40 and the MP40 action in Minnesota. Hanley with her tee shot on 15, wanting that to get down to the ground and in the center. You really can't throw it much better than that.
Since I put it in the bag and now you're straight. I thought that was gone.
If anyone can throw it better, I would give it to Evelina, but same distance, just left side of fairway by a few feet.
There's a fairway driver that Evelina just threw. Just going for the control. She keeps it in the short grass. Most important thing is keeping it in the fairway, in that short grass, so that you can have a run up, because you need more distance on that second shot.
Yeah, what a great shot by Jordan as well. As they get closer to the lies, I'm sure we'll be able to check in with Nate Perkins and get some assessments there. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the best shots that we've seen here in round 1. Paige Pierce on hole number 3. The long putt. Evelina just short on hole 5, but even with an awkward stance, able to convert on the birdie. Chantal Bedinsky on 11. That was for her 3rd consecutive birdie in the round. Slow start, but getting it going there as she hit holes 9, 10, and 11. Have to already start thinking ahead to shot of the day. That's going to be coming up thanks to our friends at OTB Disc. And while they get into position, Nate, can you give us an assessment as to what we're looking at of, Evelina, Holland? Is Eagle in play for them?
I don't think Evelina has enough room to get the distance for the Eagle, but Holland is in prime position. I would give her right inside 400 feet, maybe 380, and there's a little tailwind for her right now. I think it's time for her to get aggressive.
Wow, that is certainly a reachable distance for Holland. And I would imagine she's throwing the same disc or a disc with a similar flight. You want that nice straight shot.
And see if it's dumb to try or if it's actually feasible.
Do it. Do it. Do
We're live on the network. We need to see it.
Yeah, and especially in round one, if you've set yourself up with the opportunity to be aggressive on this hole and you have the power and the ability to do it, give it a go. You know, maybe things would change up if we're heading into the final round with just a few holes to play. Maybe she could be a little bit more conservative. But also, if the opportunity presents herself in the final round, she'll have this experience if she does go for it here in round one.
Can't make that mistake. We saw that Missy had that come in. It skipped a few times and then pushed back into the left side, and that's going to limit her angles and her approach to be able to throw her third shot.
Yeah, she just didn't trust to fly it out to the right. She didn't get enough air underneath that flight. I'm excited to see how aggressive Evelina could be as well. She can have a different angle than Holland.
These two needs to stay out, and it does. So she will have an open shot for her third.
Yeah, the angle was a little awkward for Evelina, and then there were some branches just in front of her. But this is a wide open shot for Holland.
And Holland, pretty much exactly where Perkins was placing her. He was thinking just shy of 400, and we're getting 391 as our mark. Slightly uphill.
And that cedar tree in that tall grass on the right-hand side, I think that is the biggest obstacle to avoid. You've got some low branches on the left. It's a tight gap to hit with power because she doesn't have the space to work a flip-up shot. She has to throw that direct line.
Nate, we're waiting on the moment to see what Holland's going to do. Do you think just even having to wait is going to affect what she's thinking about here?
Yeah, it can't help, right? She's just sitting there looking at her lie, and she's getting aggressive right here. Great angle. Not quite the distance, but she'll have a safe bid from just outside the circle.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. She wasn't trying to get too tricky with it. She focused on hitting the line, and now she's in play. That is not great for Jess.
Valerie with a par attempt on the 17th. Not dead center like the rest of them that we've seen, but it's in. Trying to secure her spot on the lead card, heading into round 2 tomorrow.
So Holland has a chance to extend the lead or get the lead solo and extend it if she goes for that eagle bid. She's inside the circle, I believe.
You see just how limited Missy is being off on this left side. A really good forehand angle, though, coming out. And you got to love that effort. Now from there, she's hoping to get up and down, walk away with a par. It's easy to be scared of that right side, and I think that's why we'll see anything come up, whether it's short or left. That's the place to miss, because if you go off to the right, you not only do you go over the ledge, but then that is out of bounds. And that kind of parallels what we see from hole number 14's tee shot. That's the same ledge off to the right that you're trying to get up and over when you're throwing on the previous hole's tee shot. Workable.
I'm scared of that cliff.
You were mentioning, Terry? This overview of that drop off, we can see not only is it the cliff, but there are a lot of tall trees on that right side that can grab your disc and just knock it down into the OB. Elise playing off to the left keeps your disc in play and gives you a chance to save yourself with a long throw in.
They're getting bougie now. Yeah.
Nahano to tee on the 18th.
Mom. Wow, late flip.
Whoa.
Nice stop.
Thank you. Trusted that.
The rest of our card mates loved it.
That was Jessica Weiss down there with an overhand shot trying to punch out.
Holland with an eagle look.
Oh, that's such a lame bid, dude. Come on.
Again, Holland always helpful with the commentary for us here in the booth.
She's way more brutal than I am.
Jordan off the top. Guess consolation for Holland is that she should have a birdie and will move out in front as the solo leader at 5 under. Salonen for birdie. correct me if I'm wrong, Val. I feel like that's the first putt she's missed today.
It is. Yeah, she's been 100% inside the circle.
And the stake not too far behind Evelina there. You see how quickly that OB can come into play. Awkward positioning for Jessica Weiss, and that is her third.
She was just short, then she was just right of the OB pond, but she does find OB on that third shot.
Slow down. Get in. Get in. Oh.
And OB comes up quickly behind the pin as well. We'll see if she stayed safe.
So Holland will move to 5 under, and she's your solo leader as she heads to 16.
3 in a row. Holland got 13, 14, and 15. And we head with the 3 holes to play. 16 has been playing pretty brutal today. We'll see how she can handle it.
Rebecca Cox has had a great weekend so far. She shot 3 under with an incredible finish. She caught up with Brian Earhart after her round.
All right, joining me now in the clubhouse, Rebecca Cox. Rebecca, you got the win in the All-Star event yesterday with Gannon. Now you pop off with a 3 under par effort on round number 1. Talk about the day.
Yeah, so I started out kind of slow but clean, you know, just getting my pars when I was out of position for the birdie. Tried to take advantage of the birdie opportunities that I had. The putt was feeling a little shaky. It was feeling shaky yesterday as well, but I started to feel it more towards the middle of the round, and I had a couple of Circle 2 opportunities that were just short, so I was really excited to finish strong, and it was very similar to yesterday actually. When I was on 16 and I got that bogey, I was like, well, I can still get birdie eagle to finish and have a good round. So yeah, it was fun.
Before this interview, you were telling me that hole 16 is pretty tricky in this new position. What is it asking of the player?
It definitely requires some form of an accurate distance shot. I threw my Grace, and I practiced that shot like 1,000 times probably, and just leaked OB on the right side, which I'm okay with, but it really requires like an overstaple disc with precise angle turn on it, and yeah, it's going to be a rough hole to get the birdie, and I would be super happy to get a par on that hole the rest of the weekend, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Well, 2 more rounds left here. Is 3 under par a satisfying number? Do you feel like you need to go lower to win this tournament?
I definitely feel like I need to go lower. I mean, 3 is solid, and by no means do I think that's going to be a hot score today or any other round, but I'm happy with it.
Solid start, Rebecca. We'll see you tomorrow.
Doing that strength training, you'll cramp up if you don't get that water in there.
Thank you to Brian and Rebecca for the insights. Her 3 under, unofficially currently rated at 999.
That was a beautiful drive for Val. So the second shot on 18. It's a full power drive trying to get up the hill and clear the cliff. Anything short from basically where Val is will be considered OB, and then the basket is then circled with OB. So it's an island she needs to land on. And that's an early release.
Oh, it did not have the height either, so that's going to be out of bounds after such a premium drive. That's going to be very disappointing to be out of bounds. I think every competitor in the division would love to have that position off the tee. So a squandered opportunity. Let's see what she can still do with it. Fighting for a spot on the lead card. She's had just one bogey today. That was on hole 15. And I'll throw it out to Nate Perkins for a moment. Nate, this is one of the few changes we've seen on the course this year compared to last. Break it down for us. What are we seeing?
Yeah, it's a big shift here. Moving up into the woods, they did a ton of work to clear these gaps out. You have 2 gaps to choose from. Inside one's extra tight, and the right side one brings in this lethal OB line up on the right side. So I feel like it's become one of the hardest holes on the entire property.
And we're watching Holland. Looks like she got caught up.
Yeah, quite what I wanted, but far enough that it makes something.
Say that's about 60% of the way there. Didn't get fully out the gap. It was on its way. Missy's got the turn on it. And there we go. She's out the gap. Heiser's a little early, but she's, again, out the gap. She's on the left-hand side, so it's going to be a tight second shot. But it's so important to just have that clean tee shot. And Jordan is out as well, but almost bringing that OB into play.
She's less than a few meters from the out of bounds, but she is out, and it looks like she'll have some room to work with from over there.
Yeah. Eli Swanson.
So after the OB second shot, this will be Val's fourth. Throwing from down at the bottom of the hill, coming up and over. And almost pin high, so she'll have another chance to save par here. Her putter has looked so good. We'll see if she can close out strong. She's been 100% from C1X, in fact, today. Clean front nine. We, in fact, opened the round with her making the long putt on hole number 1.
And so on hole 18, after you throw your tee shot, it's standard OB rules applied. When you get up to the island, you want to make sure you're throwing high enough. Otherwise, you'll have to take it from where Val did. But if you throw it high enough, clear that island of OB by the basket, you can take your next shot from up there. So it's a crucial mistake that could make the difference down the stretch.
Fairway.
Thank you.
Check Jessica's tee shot on the final hole.
Meet me down at the bottom.
We see red flag, OB for Jessica Weiss. Things really unraveling for Jessica just in these last 2 holes. Having such a great round going otherwise. And our drone overview shots brought to us by our friends over at FlightFactoryDiscs.com. Check them out for all your favorite discs, merch, and apparel. FlightFactoryDiscs.com. As we're heading down 16, I can proudly announce we're commercial free through the last 3 holes, all thanks to our friends over at 1010 Discs. Commercial free from here on out.
See how quickly that OB really comes into play once you get out the gap. So the players are now trying to throw to the left side of where that road is, and then the fairway kind of maneuvers up to the left to the top of our screen. And this gives us a good view of that internal fairway that we saw previous groups attempt to take. Holland just smoothed that through, allowing the disc to do the work.
Mandujano trying to close out with a par on the 18th to remain at 3 under. 100% C1X putting for Valerie Mandujano today. She's in a tie for 3rd with Rebecca Cox. And we'll see if she can hold on to a spot on the lead card. And it looks like she's also going to be just 1 shy of Macy Valadiaz, who's currently sitting in 2nd place. She's in the clubhouse. That's where we caught up with her.
All right, joining us now, first time since the World Championships, Macy Valadiaz. You popped off a 4 under par today. Welcome back to the Disc Golf Pro Tour. How you feeling?
Thank you. I feel really good. I'm so excited. I can't stop smiling. It was just really fun out there. I had the best card. We had such good vibes the whole day, and again, everything feels natural. Everything feels good.
Saw some videos on social media of you throwing recently, and the game looks great. How does it feel for you?
It feels really good. It's kind of weird. It's like I have a baby now, so I'm not playing as much. But then, like when I do play, I try to work on things as much as I can. And today, everything just kind of worked.
Out here at Olympus, what are you leaning on? What shots are feeling like the bread and butter?
Definitely my forehand. I think mostly every downhill shot I threw a forehand on, and they all worked out pretty good in the middle. So I think that's definitely helped a lot. And then also, surprisingly, my inside circle putts were really good today. So
why surprising?
I don't know. I think I'm like always up and down. Like some days they're really good, some days I can't make anything. So yeah, I'm happy with those.
Hole 18, you get the 3, you get the eagle. The shot to get to the green is a big shot. Can you kind of paint the picture for the fans of what you have to line up and what it looks like?
Yeah, honestly, it's all about the drive, I think, wherever you place it. And then I was actually the card right behind Rebecca, and we landed in a similar spot, and I saw her go for it, and she made it. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try it too. And then I made it, yeah. And then it was really nice to make a putt and everybody watch again and get the vibes, get the feels, you know. It's been a while since I felt that.
Well, there's a lot of Macy fans. So happy to see you back. Nice round today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Gotta love the joy and excitement coming from Macy Valadiaz, understandably, with a great opening round. She's sitting at 4 under. all but guaranteeing her a spot, I believe, here on the lead card heading into tomorrow. Inside 20 feet for Jordan Linz. That'll be for her par.
It's still work to do, especially from that distance of her upshot. She would have liked to have that as just an easy drop in.
That's exactly what Missy Gannon will have. We were just talking about hole 16, how it is a new design and the challenge that presents itself. So far today, we have not seen any birdies carded on hole 16. That technically is a birdie attempt, but she's just pitching up next to the pin for Hanley. But 0 birdies awarded on hole 16, playing .75 over par. And what's crazier is that 17, 16, and 18 are the 3 hardest holes on the course, and that's how we're closing out the round, obviously. And Jessica Weiss has become victim of some of those challenges. Makes easy work of it. She'll walk away with the par. With Weiss throwing her 4th. Is right, but on the green and safe. So Jessica with a chance to save par.
And I think that spike shot is the most reliable when you're trying to land it on the green. Once you crest the hill, you want the disc to slow down and stop.
And a difficult stance.
Over and over again? Up to the edge of the OB.
As you see, out of bounds for Kat Merge. Owen with her 3rd. Getting up top, setting herself up for a birdie finish.
Owen was worried that was looking a little too low, but it had plenty of spin and speed to skip on up.
Valerie Mundahano shoots 3 under here in our opening round. We caught up with her after the round. Here's what she had to say.
All right, joining me now, Valerie Mundahano. You shot a 3 down today, 1 bogey on 15. First round of the year, how do you feel?
I feel good. Honestly, I was surprising myself just because it's the first event. I expected like more jitters, but I felt good. I think it was my card. My card and I had a lot of fun. We were just pretty much playing disc golf.
Off-season practice coming into this season, super intense. Did you lay low? What was it like?
Honestly, the first 2 months we kind of took it easy on ourselves just because of the injuries of the past years. The last 2 months we went hard. You know, we started hitting the gym a lot, running miles. I pretty much would run either every day or go to the gym every day. And then obviously a lot of disc golf with that.
Now, this 3 under par, how satisfied with that number are you, and what do you have to do to score lower?
Pretty much just keep the disc cleaner off the tee. I felt like there was a couple of shots where I let loose and I may have yanked it or, you know, scrambled for par most times, but I feel like just coming cleaner off the tee.
1 bogey on 15. How do you need to play that hole? What's the strategy there?
Throw it down the fairway. Don't grit lock it to the right. I feel like just hitting that line would make a huge difference on that hole for me.
Well, solid round today, Valerie. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Waking up at 2 a.m. Yeah. And actually, I did that too when I didn't go early. You know, people were there for Croco and Hale, and did that a couple times too.
You weren't grinding A tiers while you were
No.
B tiers?
No.
Oh, a couple of C tiers?
C tiers?
A couple 200.
You said leagues of $100?
Leagues?
Putting league?
Yeah, putting
You're not on a mountaintop meditating?
Again, commercial free, thanks to our friends at 1010 Disc, getting a little insight. I talked about that earlier. Missy hasn't played any organized official sanctioned tournaments this year, nor has Evelina. And then to the side of Evelina, you see 4 wins between those other 2 women. Very impressive. Jordan picking up 3 A-tier victories, all in Florida so far this year. And an international win for one Holland Hanley. Now we're with Cadence Burge, Am World's winner of a few years ago.
Yeah.
Appears to be safe off the tee of 18. Weiss on the green of 18. Gets it to fall.
Oh, Jessica has some cleanups to do to finish off this round for tomorrow. Otherwise, very solid performance. Cat Merch is not happy with how that round finished off for her. Bogey on 17, and that was her tapping in a double bogey on 18.
This is the 1235.
Owen to finish with a birdie. Holly Finley, who's had 2 birdies today. And it looks like she's had 3 bogeys in total, so she'll finish just over par.
So as stacked up as the scores were just, I don't know, 3 or 4 holes ago, things have really stretched out. We have now Holland Hanley at the top, 5 under. And that finds OB in the pond. This is such a weird tee shot to me. You know, you're either hitting short and you're going to be at the top of the hill and you're going to be safe, or you punch it through, get a great drive, clear the OB, and you're in the perfect position, but that is such a risky shot. Anything in between those distances is going to find that pond.
Yeah, or if you go long over the pond, you could also go deep of the inbounds territory and find the OB long. But none of that's a concern for Missy Gannon. That is the perfect drive.
Yeah, and you're throwing this blind shot. You can't see where it lands, so you just hope that you pick the right disc. You threw it at the right angle as it spikes into the ground.
Does this carry? It does. And again, near perfect.
So from the far left of the pond to the OB on the left side of that landing strip, I'd say that's about 20 feet. It is not very wide for these players to land on.
Show us what you're talking about. Tell us all about it here, Val.
Well, the players are having to have that high release point so that they can get up and over the ridge. You see some players get hung up short, but We start to approach the pond here that is just circled with OB, and the players are trying to land on that left-hand side, that shorter grass between the pond and that tree line. And then the second shot will give you this look. You try and shoot up the tunnel, and again, you have to avoid finding that OB on the left. It really creeps up very close to the pin. That's about 12, 15 feet on that left-hand side. You see some players getting scared of that OB line and finding that right, and then you'll have some trees in the way of a short distance putt. Jordan threw it to the right and stayed in the rough on the right. This is where Jessica Weiss was fighting from.
She has to make sure she at least clears the pond. Even if you go deep and go out of bounds, on the other side, get over the pond in this throw. That is what's most crucial. And it looks like she has laid up just short of the pond, so not enough of a line to get all the way over it. So she has to lay up short of it, and now she'll cross it, trying to possibly get herself up toward the pin. But a couple of difficult shots remain. Nate, is it possible for Jordan or Holland, who will throw shortly, is it possible for them to get to the pin from where they're at?
Yeah, I think Jordan's a little too far right to access the pin. Holland's going to have to make a pretty big decision because the OB pinches close inside the circle up here on the green. So she might just be pitching up to the fairway and conceding the bogey, Terry.
So Jordan finds the inbounds area. That was her third, so looking to get up and down and walk away with a bogey.
Probably like. Y'all good with right here?
I mean, I can see it. Okay. It's just you can't push it long. It's got to cut hard. Oh, that's good.
As long as I get around this tree, I'm safe.
I'm through grenade.
Right?
Yeah, that's really close. I'm not down some warmth. I think you'll push this long.
A safe play is just throwing it to the other side of the pond, and then you'll throw your next shot. You'll have a good look at the pin. This is really bringing a lot into risk. She's got a lot of OB that to stay clear of. I want to call it safe. It sounded clean. All I heard was the disc hitting the ground.
And it wasn't a thud of it sounding like something muddy or wet, so it appears to have been a good shot. Perks, do you have a line on exactly where Holland's landed and what she's looking at?
Honestly, because
Yeah, it was indeed a good thud, Terry. She's 45 feet, pretty open to the pin. Well thrown.
Blind corner, my bad. Learn this course.
Evelena's making this hole look easy.
This course keeps everyone in their time.
She'll have a short birdie putt.
Nick. Yeah.
18% of the field have birdied this hole, even though it is playing as the most difficult hole on the course today, averaging .82 over par. It's also seen 28% of the field with double bogeys.
Missy keeps that one very, very safe. Short, right. Just save herself with a putt.
And just for a little context, as you're looking at the screen, to the right, you see the trees. If you were just to go to the base or the bottom of those trees, that's where the par 5 hole 15th parallels. So all the way down that hillside, now to the left of where Jordan is, that's actually where hole 15 plays, coming back the other way.
I thought it was supposed to be a run. Pretty good, huh? My layups are runs and my runs are right. Like what?
Backwards ball.
Hanley with a chance to save par. Online but short. Holland will fall to 4 under, which will make her a co-leader with Macy Valadiaz. Missy currently in a tie for 19th as she sits at 3 over. She's just had 1 birdie on the day. That was back on hole number 5. She got off to a very slow start, going bogey on holes 1 and 2.
And out of 6 opportunities from C2, Missy has not been able to capitalize, and she is 73% inside the circle.
Jordan will collect the bogey. You called it, Val, saying Evelina making this one look easy. Short range birdie look, and she converts to become just the 9th woman to pick up a birdie here on hole number 17 today. And picking up strokes on folks, to borrow a line from our friend Ian Anderson. Cadence Burge for birdie. Sophia Donica has an eagle look just inside the distance we saw from Cadence.
Bring her to under par for today's round.
And you got to be thinking A, nerves, and B, you're thinking, Man, this is a highlight. This is an eagle that I'm trying to collect here. Not a good effort from her on the eagle bid. This is now comebacker for birdie, and that one's in.
Yeah, that just looked like a nervy putt for sure. You just played your whole round today. No eyes on your card necessarily besides your caddy and the group, but then you get the crowd and people watching and people nudging each other going, hey, this is for eagle. But still, we find her with a tie for 7th, sitting at even par. A great performance, just 4 back of our leaders.
And her being one of the newer players on the tour and newer members of the PDGA compared to the rest of the competitors you see in that tie for 7th, we will likely see her on the 3rd card going into tomorrow's round. Of course, tiebreaker being the PDGA number. When you look at the previous round score, if that's tied, then you go to PDGA number. And some of our storylines are that the Disc Golf Pro Tour is back here in 2025. Thank you guys for joining us. Holland Hanley is now a co-leader, sitting at 4 under as the storyline updates for us. Rebecca Cox, who had a great day yesterday, continues her strong play today. And Macy Valadiaz is in 2nd after a very eventful offseason, as she mentioned, expanding her family. Congratulations yet again to her. And just the excitement and joy that she had. She always brings that. I don't think it really matters what score she shoots, but she brings it to every single interaction and interview we have with her, and it was great to see it. So Macy Valadiaz having a good start here today. See if she can keep it rolling. Remember how she started the tournament last year? The huge throw-in, the forehand throw-in on hole number 1, and then 2 holes later, another big throw-in for her. So Macy has some good memories out here at this incredible property, and we look at the 18th on the flyover brought to us by Zenny.
This is such a fun finishing hole to this very challenging course. Another elevated tee pad shooting down to a pretty large landing zone, and players have the choice of where they want to land. You can either go on the left side of this pond, or you can throw it on that right side to make the second shot a bit shorter. Everyone has to throw up this hill. There's no doubt about it. You have to hit the tunnel. You have to have the right height, but then you have to have the correct speed. So once you crest over this ledge, you need to make sure that the disc is going to slow down or spike into this green to stay safe at the top of the hill. So if you're going for that left side, on the left side of that pond, you need to have a big arm. You need to trust that you have enough power to climb the hill.
Nate Perkins is on the ground. Nate, what do you consider the ideal landing zone in terms of these players going after the eagle?
Yeah, it depends on how you feel about the approach. I think if for the right-hand backhand, you really just want to push it as far straight as you can in Land OB so that you can throw the right-hand backhand drive uphill and hyzer toward the pin. But if you're throwing the forehand up, you want to try and get where we just saw Ella throw from, way right with a turnover or a forehand, so that you can have the hyzer angle to the pin from there.
Are these players thinking eagle? Give us your assessment on the card. Who's thinking eagle and who's just thinking birdie?
I think the focus is just to get this first one in bounds. I think from there the players are going to make a decision, but I imagine, a player like Holland, if she's taking a 4, that doesn't feel too great.
Looks like they're just about clear and ready to go. Trying to close out the opening round here at the Supreme Flight Open. Evelina with the honors, picking up the birdie on the 17th. I like this. Is she going to get the green flag? Oh, yeah. That is a fantastic shot on the 18th.
Last year, Evelina got 2 birdies and 1 eagle in the 3 rounds.
That is hung up, and it looks to be out of bounds.
And I think about the score from Missy last year. She got 2 pars and a bogey on this hole last year. So think about the stroke swings that can just happen on this one last hole.
That might be 2 straight. Or does it hook up enough? And it looks like it's going to check up short of the out of bounds area. Similar to where I think we saw Valerie Mondahano, and Holland certainly enough power to get up to the top. Jordan's going to be in trouble of the left side OB here. And that pushes all the way over. And that's essentially in the fairway of hole number 8. And so she'll be out of bounds and going to the drop zone. Up ahead on the green, Paige Pierce, Ella Hansen, and the rest of the card trying to close out. I believe we've got Raven Klein and her mom out there taking in the action. Paige Shue not able to convert.
All right, hopefully the couple of hugs that she was able to get fuel her into making this eagle putt. Great way to finish off the round. Sure did.
Solid. I mean, Perkins said it best at the top of the show, saying it's like seeing all your old friends at school and getting some of those hugs in. Exactly what Paige needed to close out with the eagle.
And Paige goes from 1 over to now 1 under, tie for 6th.
Ella Hansen has an eagle look, excuse me. So what a common theme. We saw Sophia have a chance at eagle. She was 1 over. We saw Paige at 1 over. We saw Ella at 1 over, all with eagle looks. And Paige and Ella were able to convert. And that's going to be a double bogey to close out for Paige Shue, our 2018 world champ.
And for our players that have found their way under par, they are certainly in the conversation to be contending for the win this weekend.
And Jessica Weiss has struggled to close out. She finishes in a tie for 9th. It wasn't that long ago. She was 4 under, bogey free, and in the lead. And now she sits at even.
Yeah, 3 over in the last 3 holes. It's a tough finish. Yeah, and I think it just the last 2 holes for Rebecca Cox and how that just changed the way she was standing. I mean, 3 under in the last 2 holes. So these 17 and 18 are so important.
Missy trying to pick her spot.
So if you do go out of bounds, you go directly to this drop zone, and from this drop zone it is just a layup. Find the spot that you want to land to give yourself the best chance to get up onto that island green.
And whether you're where Missy just landed or 25 or 50 feet farther up, you just don't want to be on the side of that platform, and that's exactly what she's trying to stay away from. You can be on the platform or just below it where she landed. It's just really the footing about being on the side of it. That's where you don't have a run up to actually get it on to the top shelf.
Yeah, and it would be so challenging to try and throw it at that height from a standstill. And this has got to be a layup here for Jordan as well. She's just so far to the left after going OB.
That's exactly what I was just talking about. The one spot you don't want to be 5 feet farther or 10 feet back, ideal. But right where she is going to be a very difficult run up. I'm not saying I have visions sometimes, but these are the things that I worry about for our players.
And I do like the play of throwing that straight shot. Like we'll see Holland just walking up to her disc. Even though you're farther away from that hillside, I think it gives a better perspective of what you have to throw. And you can throw a flatter shot to try and get up to the top of the hill, whereas you get a tight angle and it can really close that opening if you're more to the right on your drive.
Oh, go, come on.
Somehow.
Wow, that just had like so little power. That's not that early. Because like in practice I had no problem from like here.
As we let her air her thoughts, we're going to take another look.
Oh, go, come on.
And she thought she was out of bounds. A huge sigh of relief getting the green flag. So Holland will have an attempt of some sort at an eagle to close out, which would get her to 6 under. Maybe worst case scenario, she walks away with birdie and our solo leader at 5, either or. Avelina, perfect shot up onto the green.
And I gotta say for Holland, even though she is a co-leader right now, it's been a day that hasn't come easy. She has struggled. She's missed some putts. She hasn't thrown the best drives, or she hasn't capitalized on some great opportunities for a huge scoring potential. She's going to want to improve on today's round, and that says a lot for being in the lead. She still has room to improve. Like I said, it's tough to have a standstill when you're trying to get the power to climb up over that ledge. So she's going to want a few steps behind this run up.
I believe this is her 4th throw. After going out of bounds on the tee shot, she's thrown to here. You can understand the hesitation.
And as you're hitting that hillside, it can throw off your timing. So this is just awkward.
Oh, wow. Does it have the power? No. Out of bounds. It was such a good-looking line. And I thought she was going to have the power to get there, but she's short. So she can move up on the line with the basket. She can take it back anywhere she'd like in line with the basket. And there's her sister, Morgan. Cheering her on, but not enough. So now it's just a matter of where are you most comfortable taking this back. You can go all the way up to the white stakes where the OB line is, or you can bring it anywhere back on the line from the basket. And it's just all about what angle you're most comfortable with. That's short. And it creeps up and over, and it slides just past the pin.
You realize we can't see it. You gotta give us context. Come on.
Something. Give us something.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't see it, but I saw the chains rattling.
All right, we'll get an angle coming in.
Oh, my.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, that was at the chains.
How did that not stay?
What a shot.
We were scared it wasn't going to have enough height on it, but it had plenty of power. And I say, thankfully, the basket got in the way.
Yes.
That had so much power, it was probably going to go OB long.
Certainly slowing it down. A guy who's out there hustling around, I want to throw it out one last time to Nate Perkins. Any final thoughts before we let you go, Nate?
Yeah, I was just talking with Brian Earhart up here on the green of 18 and just kind of marveling at the creativity out here at Olympus. I can't think of another hole like hole 18, teeing off with almost 100 feet of drop in elevation and then nearly half that to get back up to the green. And it's just great viewing up here. You can't quite see the players throwing, but you can see them just the disc crest that hill, and that was quite the scare right there.
Well, appreciate you out there giving us some insights and info throughout the entire round. Looking forward to talk to you more this afternoon. And Hanley with a chance at eagle. And off the mark, not able to convert.
She's had so many weak side misses. I mean, the fact that she doesn't hit the basket at all is telling me that she's not committing. She doesn't have that full follow through extension toward the basket.
There's a solid follow through and a great putt by Missy Gannon to close out. She had some struggles today. Plenty of opportunity to clean things up tomorrow. Slow day for Missy Gannon in the opening round. Jordan able to close out. She had just one birdie on the day, back on hole 3. And Evelina Salonen stepping up for an eagle look. And it's in. Evelina Salonen closes out with the 3 on the 18th. She goes birdie eagle to finish. Hanley closes out with a birdie. She becomes your solo leader at 5 under.
You say 4 hours.
Yeah. 4 rounds?
That was almost 12 hours, but not quite.
Yeah. Everybody time?
Not to mention the elevation gain and loss, huffing up and down these hills.
11,981.
You heard them talking about it. 4 hours, 12,000 steps. And that is just round number 1 out here at Olympus. And welcome back in, everyone. Val, a long opening round. It was entertaining, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I love to see the scores are still tightly compacted at the top. And I think there's still a lot of opportunities for players to better what they did. I think this course really plays into the more times you play it, the more comfortable you can get with some of these tricky tee shots. I can't wait to hear what Holland says about her round today. We know she's our leader, but I think there are a lot of opportunities for improvement. A few missed putts, which were definitely strokes on the field if she were to hit some eagle putts out there.
She's your solo leader. We'll be able to hear from her. We'll have other thoughts and analysis all as we close out the show. All of that and more on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
This is the Birdie Pro Championship. Follow the battle through the Pro Tour season. Who will be crowned in 2025? It's a test of strategy, timing, and karma. Do you have what it takes to be a Birdie Pro? Order your game today.
Ledgestone is back for the 2025 season and ready to blaze new trails in the world of disc golf. Our team is dedicated to bringing the best experience to our spectators, players, and volunteers. For more information, visit ledgestoneevents.com.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
My relationship with Suga, it's just like a family. Sometimes they just surprise send me things I'm not even know. When I arrive home, boom, the box.
Such a great product, and Zuka's always there for me whenever I need anything.
After every tournament, I get a call. No matter the results, they're always there supporting me.
They have so many different things that can be a solution for a disc golfer.
That was really one of the main reasons why we partnered, is because I wanted the best of the best.
How do they know I want that? I'm like, duh, that's how the family thinking about you.
Ready? Let's do it. So how's your day going?
Welcome to Tournament Central as we've completed round number 1 of our Discraft Supreme Flight Open. Colin Hanley jumps out in front, picks up the birdie on the final hole to become your solo leader at 5 under. Macy Valadilla is just one behind her at 4 back, and Rebecca Cox and Valerie Mandujano will round out our lead card. But taking a look at Holland, you said it, Val, there were some opportunities out there. She had plenty of birdies, but there's a lot of things she can still clean up.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the 3 bogeys that she had. She had 2 opportunities at eagle. She wasn't able to hit those putts. Were about circle's edge. So there is some room for improvement for Holland. And I mean, that's counting 5 strokes right there.
Also just 67% from C1X, so some opportunities like you were talking about. Holland Hanley in the clubhouse as your leader. We caught up with her after the round. Here's what she had to say.
Here in the clubhouse with Holland Hanley. Holland, first event of the season. Where was your head at going into today's round?
Really, my goal today was just get settled and be patient with myself. I know first time back out it might have a little bit of a slow start, so I kind of expected that might happen and just try to stay patient.
It did feel a little tense this morning. Talk about how you felt and how you were able to kind of settle in.
Yeah, I think everyone felt a little bit nervous. So yeah, there wasn't a ton of chatter on the card, especially early. I don't know if I felt tense, but I was kind of like, I want to just deal with myself for now. I don't feel relaxed enough to be like, like chalk and trash or anything with Evelina yet, or stuff like that. But then we all kind of opened up a little bit more as the round went.
So you're in the solo lead right now with a 5 under par, but how did you feel about that effort?
I felt like I was throwing really well. I was disappointed with how my Circle 2 putting was today. I feel like I had a lot in that 35 to 40 range, which is usually pretty good for me, and I only made one. And to miss a couple eagle putts feels bad, but to have a couple eagle looks means I'm throwing really well. So I might spend a little time on that tonight, and then just hopefully keep it rolling.
All right, Holland, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow for round 2.
Thanks.
I love that statement. She's disappointed she missed the eagle looks, but to even have them says something about the driving. Anything else you picked up from her there?
Yeah, and we talk about how important it is to be confident on these tee shots on this course, and that can save you strokes right there. If you're getting off the tee clean, it's really going to open up the possibilities to be able to score. And so I do think that is a great mindset for Holland. And yeah, I can't wait to see, because the potential is so high for Holland. We always talk about how hard it is to come back after a good round. Even if you do have improvements you'd like to make, it's tough to match that. Now the score is set. But there is a possibility to shoot even better. We saw 8 down last year from Evelina in the final round. And the scores aren't quite there yet, but a lot of players still in the race.
Yeah, and that really just echoes exactly what we see from one of the other players on the lead card in Valerie Mondahano. She said, if I can just get some cleaner tee shots, then I can really take advantage of the scoring. Holland's recognizing the same. Well, now it's time for our OTB, only the best shot of the day. Do you have some contenders, something that jumps out at you?
I don't know. The thing in recent memory, I'm just thinking about how difficult and how fun it is to watch those second shots on 18. And we saw a lot of eagles on that hole. And the person that made one of the biggest putts, Macy Valadiaz, to get that eagle from Circle's Edge at the top of the hill, those are some really fun shots to watch.
Yeah, it was great to see. And we also saw some long putts that were made. I think of Valerie Mondahano, as I said, when we opened the show, she did so from Circle 2, a great way to get your season kicked off. But let's see what the control room had to say. This is our first OTB, only the best shot of the day, coming at you on the Supreme Flight Open this morning. And Holland Hanley.
This was a beauty. Right up the gut. She gets the skip and then the roll to hit the pin. One of the easiest birdies she had all day.
Hole number 7, the one we saw aced last year by Henna Blomroos. And she'll take the tap in birdie. Again, that's your OTB, only the best shot of the day. This afternoon, we've got the action coming at you on the FPO side. That's going to be at 2 o'clock Eastern. We're hoping that you guys can join us as we're kicking off the 2025 Disc Golf Pro Tour season. For Nate Perkins, along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon.